in this form by using what format example. So likewise, you can think date also, DDM, whatever, right? And also time also, hours, minutes, seconds, and also telephone numbers. We can think of many. Yeah? So that's where we have got format function. So other things I think we talked about it. Yeah, that's it about string-based functions. Yeah? So once we understand that, then we can talk about what you call. We have also seen difference between the batch data flow process and real-time data flow process. The difference is what? Three areas that we have seen, right? Source, target, validation. Yeah. Rest is same, there's no change. But the way we work is different. So, but yes, the conceptual they're all same. Yeah. So this is a broad level data flow process, landing to till published. In between, you got multiple layers, stage, load, match, consolidation. So we are trying to focus on what? Stage layer. So this, I think we talked about it. The relationship between the App Store and the ORS is one to many, right? So that is fine. So now once we know that, I think we can start getting into hands-on, right? If everybody is ready. All are ready? Yes, I think. Yeah, please log on to this tool, guys. We'll try to do examples directly. Okay. So let me start talking about format function, which is a good one, because you'll be getting data like a phone numbers or zip codes or date or time, where we need to convert it to our own format, right? In that case, we need to know how to do that. Yeah. So let us try doing it. So please select a map and then now let me make it full screen. Okay. So now let us take the function, right click and say add function and select what format. So we can clearly see example also, right? Some example here where you will have some input data which can be converted to in this particular form, which means converting this input data to our own form, like a number, telephone number. Yeah. So let us try doing it. Yeah, this is a string. So it will take string as input with a proper format. Then you'll get a result as what? String. So now let us try to what you call add input string. So like add constant, like zip code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So please add it, guys. Done. So hope all done, right?
Yeah.
So the yes. Fine. Say okay. Now we can map this as input to this string here. Okay. Then specify the format. Right click, add constant. So now we can specify the format based on the example we have seen in the manual, right? So first 5 digits, 5 question marks, 2, 3, 4, 5. First 5 digits are reserved for initial postal code, then followed by hyphen, then last 4 digits, which is a final postal code or last digits of postal code. So please apply this, all question marks. This is syntax. So here we specify the format based on what question marks. So now we can map this as input to this format and delete C3 and map output of this format to C3 column and save it. Yeah. Done all.
Narsima, what will happen if the input string is not 10 characters?
It will truncate. So till it's after 5, 6 last, you'll get, let us say, instead of 9,
Okay.
we got 8 or whatever, it will truncate.
So it'll
So
get
whatever
like after hyphen, it'll get 3 digits, right?
exactly, you're right.
Okay.
Instead of 4, yeah. Okay, it's done all.
Yes.
Yes.
So good.
Yes.
So fine. Now let us try to get into batch viewer and execute the mapping. Yeah. Yeah. So let us try to refresh. So it is successful. So one row got transferred to staging table. Now we can verify the data on the staging table, which is, can you see here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hyphen 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's what we expected, right? That's it. So this way, you guys can take a date, time, even what telephone numbers, Indian format, US format. Yeah. So you can just take them as exercises. Yeah. Fine. So I hope it is done now. So I think string based more or less we covered. Now let us talk about another category, the very simple ones. So which is going to be what mathematical functions, very simple ones. So using these mathematical functions, we can perform all arithmetic operations, which includes addition, division, multiplication, and subtract. Yeah. So those are the arithmetic operations. Plus, we can also perform other mathematical functions like a seal to get the top value, floor to get the bottom value. Yeah, sun round to get the rounded value and a given input double or any floating data, right? Plus we have got some max for different types, max float, integer, min float, integer, whatever, right? So that's it. These are the functions that we have as part of mathematical category. So let us say we'll start with what? Ceiling. 1 or 2 will do because these are very simple things. Yeah? So ceiling, meaning we can get top value. For example, if you supply input as what, let's say float type with the 2.1 example, right? Constant value. So what is the result, guys? Is it 2 or something else? Answer is what? 3. So top, right? Let us say that. Yeah. Can we connect integer to string? Because C3 is what? String. But result of ceiling is what? Integer. So remember, guys, converting numeric to string, it does it by itself, which we call implicit conversion. Yeah. But if you want to perform explicit conversion, we got a functions to do that. I will talk about it. Yeah. Like we got a format integer, format float, format boolean. Those functions are there. We will take a look at them with examples. But if you don't do anything, it does implicit conversion. Yeah. So please configure this ceiling function. Yeah.
Narsima,
Yeah.
yeah, I am having difficulty even opening the MDM Hub console.
You can please share your desktop.
Yeah,
Most,
yeah.
please. What happened?
So it is saying some unable to connect to server or something. I was logged out and I'm not able to log in.
No, where is server?
So actually the application was, so I'm not able to open this one.
That's
Open
what you are
from,
expecting client to open without server. Mohsen. You just, it looks like you have shut down server. Yeah, fine.
sorry.
Go to start window. Anyway, server is down anyway. And type CMD. Mohsen.
Okay.
Yeah. Go to CD backslash, CD space backslash. Backslash. There's a forward slash. Yeah, backslash. Yes, enter. Enter. Now CD space JB tab. JB
JB.
tab plus tab button. Enter. Again CD space JB tab. Enter. Then CD bin. Then type the command standalone.bat. Just type st tab space -c. Same thing. Then space just st tab. Then remove that dot bat and instead you put hyphen full dot xml.
Hyphen
Full full dot xml space hyphen b space 0.0.4 zeros in between dots. Perfect. Enter. Your system date is 2016, right, Mohsen?
Yeah, actually I changed it. Yeah. 2016 only. Yeah.
So yeah, this is a request again. Make sure that you are not going to touch anything in VM, guys. Just touch only what hub console. So due to maybe knowingly unknowingly, you just what you call closed this server because our server is running in the front end, right? Yes, sir. Make sure that you are not shutting down either this or powering off VM or shutting down VM or restarting VM. Don't do any of these operations on VM. Yeah? Just keep it as it is. Just disconnect and log out. That's it. That's all I need to do. Or else even that also you don't need to do. Yeah? So smooth way is what? Disconnect. Yeah? from window, I think we have seen that, right? So that's what we need to do, you know, so that we don't need to waste time like what we are doing now, because we are wasting time, right? Or else we would have done something else. Yeah. Fine. Can I take the control back, Mohsin?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You need to wait for 3-4 minutes, Mohsin. Yeah. Fine.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So yeah, now yes, you can just remember these operations, so you can perform even after session also, Mohsin. Yeah. Fine. So please perform this configuration of this ceiling, guys. So right click, I did expand it. Expand means you can see the types also, or what comes in, what goes out. Inputs and outputs can be seen for each function. Yeah. Is it done, guys? All?
Yes.
Accept. Okay, good. So now let us try to get into batch viewer. Select mapping and execute. Yeah, so let us try to refresh. So it is done. Now we can look at the result in the target table, which is 3. That's what we expected, right? Seal value. So anything above 2, result will be 3. That's it. Even if we have 2.0001 also, but we get 2.1. Because we are expecting seal means top portion. Floor is just quite opposite. If you give even 2.99 also, result will be 2 in case of floor. So that you guys can take care. Now, other functions are very simple. Yeah. So add, multiplication, those things also you guys can take care. What else? I think yeah. Round is good. So round I think we'll be using quite a lot. So it's a simple function. Now tell me guys, same input I'm going to take to round function. What would be the result? Is it going to be 2 or 3?
2.
2.
Exactly. Below 2.5, 2, above 2.5 or equal to 2.5, 3. That's it, right? Okay. Fine. So let us map this. Yes, now let's go to batch viewer and run this map. Yeah. So let us refresh this. So it is done. So now you can say the result. This is 2. That's okay. So fine. So I think rest add multiplication that you guys can take care. They're very simple ones. Yeah. So that's it about mathematical functions. Now let us talk about other functions you guys can take care. Guys, if you get stuck with something, let me know. I'll show an example on that. So next, let us go with what? Logical functions. So logical functions, as we all know that we have and, or, and not. Plus, we have also got other logic functions, like we have all comparison functions against with different types, like a string, integer, float, date. Yeah, these are the different types. Yeah, we can perform comparison based on different types. Yeah. Then we have got nullable functions for different types, date, float, integer, string, all that. That's it. These are the categories here. Let us take one example, which is let's say compare integers. Then we'll take output of this. That will become as input to what? Logical operator functions like and, or not. Yeah. Let us take compare, because once you compare, right, we are going to get the result equal or unequal, whatever, right? So based on comparison that we do, based on any relational operator, you'll get a Boolean, true or false. So that will be taken as input and or whatever, right? So let us take this. Yeah. So we can see here, compare integers function would take 2 inputs. In this case, we can see value 1, value 2. And outputs are based on what? Equality, greater than, less than, greater than or equal, less than or equal. Yeah. So that's what we can see over here, right? So let us try to add 2 inputs. Let's say constant 1, integers, right? So let us say we have got a 10, which is a 1 constant, and 1 will try with the equal value. Let us take same 10. I'm trying to supply as input to what value 2. So it is equal. So you will get the result of compare is what? True. Now the question, can we convert this result is Boolean, right? Can we convert Boolean to string by itself? Answer is no. If you want to connect it, you'll get an error message. Can you see here? So cannot convert Boolean to string. Yeah. So to do this conversion explicitly, right? Then right click. Anyway, is it done, guys? All. So take constant value as input to this value 1 and value 2. So once it is done, then we'll talk about the result of compare integers. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's done right now. So we need to use one of the data conversion functions to convert this Boolean to string. Yeah. So which is going to be format function. Let us click on add function and go to data conversion category, where we can see format Boolean. Can you see the what you call the manual here? It says Boolean to string. That's what we wanted, right? Say okay. Now take, let's say, equality. Let's say we are taking equality, but it can take any relational stuff here. And toString by default true, for string false. But if you want to have your own custom values, let's say instead of true, T or whatever, right? We can have it. Let's go with the default. So start with. So that's it. Now we are using what? Output of compared digits. That will be taken as input to what? Format Boolean. It does conversion. Result of that will be stored in C3 column. In this case, we should get what? True. Let us see that. Done, guys, all?
Yeah, got the value true.
Okay, good. So now let's go to batch one execute. Yeah, in case if you're facing any problem, please let me know, guys. We'll fix it. Yeah. Yeah. So this is what we expected, right? So result should be true here. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So now let's go to mapping. So now let's focus on other logic functions. Yeah. So right click, add function. So now let's go with what? And. Yeah. And means if both are true, in a sense, input 1, input 2, then the result will be true, or else it will be false, right? So we all know that. Yeah. So please select and yeah. So it supports 5 inputs here. So if all 5 are going to return true, then the result is true. Whatever, it's not mandatory that we need to connect all 5. So we can have minimum 2, so maximum 5 here. Yeah. So value 1, value 2. Remember here, what are the types of value 1, value 2, value 3, 4, 5? Booleans. So we can take output of compared digits that can be taken as input to this. So you can see here type, right? Type is going to be Boolean, value 1. If you place the mouse pointer there, right, it will show up the type. Yes. Now another one. Let us go with what? Constant. Select add constant and select a boolean. Let us say false. Yeah. So false into true, result should be false. Say okay. Now drag it here and connect this to valid 2. Yeah, so here also, if you try to connect this to C3, it will not work because again, it returns what? Boolean. So here also, we can add same format Boolean, or else you can also connect with previous format Boolean. Anything is fine. So please connect output of AND logical function as input to format Boolean. Then output of format Boolean will be connected to C3. Yeah. Mustard, is it working now? Guys, you can hear me, right? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so now let us start getting into the batch viewer. Yeah, say yes, save it and execute the map. Yeah. Yes, it is done. Right. So now we can look at the result. That should be false. That's what we expected, right? Yeah. So now let us change these constant values. So let us say now we are using false string, right? Instead of false, if you want your own customized value, let's say example f. Add a constant which is f, which will be connected to false string. So you should get f in this case because our result is false, right? Yeah. So yeah, please add this constant and get it connected to false string. Fine. I hope it is done right. So you can also make it full here, expand graph. If you click on it, you'll get expanded page. So middle part can't be seen here. So now go to batch viewer, execute this code. Yes. Now it is done, right? So now let's look at the result target, which is F. This is what we expected, right? This is our custom static string. Yeah. So that's about and logical function. Yeah. Now let us try to focus on other functions. I think other things you guys can take care. Compare I covered one. So logical function I covered one. And we can also check date is null or boolean is null. Those things like our string is empty. Yeah. So those things are straightforward. You guys can take care. Yeah. Now let us try to focus on other category, which is what?
Narasimha, one thing. What is the difference between a string is empty or a string is null?
One second. Okay. This one, right?
Yes.
So empty case length is 0. You can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Null means null. We supply null. So that's the one. Got right? That's it. Yeah. Let's see if there is no character, then it is empty. Length is 0. In that case, you'll get we'll be using is string empty. Then is null means checking the null, like we define in a what you call allow nulls, allow not null. That's where we use this. You got right? Okay.
Yeah. So
So-
when we are going to check any fields not null, what should be a preference we can use?
This one, string null.
And when we are going to use an empty string,
Yeah. In case if we expect no characters means simple empty, like in between quotes, no character. Yeah, like example like this. This one you can see, right? No characters in between quote. This is empty. Then null is going to be the lowercase, uppercase. This is going to be the null. You got right?
okay.
Fine. So now let us talk about convergence. Can you see, guys? If you look at this convergence
Hey.
functions,
Narasimha,
there are like, yeah.
on the field which is declared as not nullable, there is a checkbox, right, into the data model?
Yes, there's checkbox. Yes, you are right.
Yes. So let's say the checkbox is selected as not nullable. Can you have this string function working for such fields?
Normally, no. Usually, no. Yeah, this is what you are saying, right?
Yes.
Nullable. Yeah, if you are enabling null means allowing null. In that case, we can check.
By default, it
not-
will be null, right? Let's say
Yeah,
you uncheck it.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, if it is disabled, right, it will not allow nulls. When you insert data itself, from entry itself, it will not allow. So,
Yeah.
which means it's not valid at all. So, if enable case only, we'll check that. Yeah.
So if there is no value, it will be empty, right?
Yes, if there is no value empty, in that case, we need to use is empty. Yeah.
Correct. Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So now let us, I was talking about what data conversion, right? So let's go to data conversion. Broadly speaking, there are two categories here. One, string to other types. For example, string to integer, string to float, string to date, string to boolean. Clear, right? String to other types. Now opposite, format functions are what? Other types of string. For example, boolean to string, boolean to date, date to string, and then integer to string. That's it. Only two categories here. Right? No? Let us talk about one for each. For example, parse integer. So converting string to integer, which means what? Let's say though we have a string declared as string, but we got, let us say, numeric values. Yeah. Then we can convert that to integer and start applying any numeric operations like arithmetic or any other numeric operations. In that case, we go for conversion, or else it is always better to avoid the conversion as much as we could. Yeah. Say, okay, let us take first example, which is parse integer, which means we are going to convert string to integer. But we'll go in this case also we can think of valid string or valid integer or invalid integer. For example, if input string does not contain the numeric values, in that case is valid is going to be false. So integer value will be empty. Now, if the input string contains alphanumeric also, still is valid is what false. So but if the string contains, if the input string contains only numerals like 0 to 9, yeah, in that case, it will be converted to integer. So you will see the result in integer and his value will be true. That's it. These are the different three cases we can think from parse integer. Yeah. Let us take first string as input, right? Let us add, right click, add constant. Here we are going to add, let's say 1, 2, 3 example. Yeah. So we can convert that to integer. Yeah. Take string and then delete the length integer. So as I said earlier, string can fit numeric values, right? So that's why we can directly connect any numeric output to string. We can also connect is valid, but it's not required because if you get integer values, right, which means there's a valid data, which means is valid is true. But if you want to explicitly what you call connect, you can also do it. For example, right click and delete C2. Is valid is what Boolean, right? So we can add one more function, which is going to be format Boolean, which does conversion, right? I think we talked about it. Take output of this, which will become as input to format Boolean and get it connected to C2. It's not required. I'm just showing. Yeah, so please perform this. So we are going to focus only on this parse integer here. Yeah, and then save it. Yeah, done. So I think it's done, right? All. Yes or no, guys? So morning. Should be very
Yes.
active. Fine.
Yes.
Now, yeah, go to batch viewer and run this map. Yes, it is done. Now I can just look at the result. See, this is what we expected. So it's a valid, right? And we can also see C2 also here. So C2 is what? True, because it's a valid data. So this way we can see the valid conversion. Yeah. Now let us apply invalid data as input to this parse integer. I'll just modify this to what? 1 to 3 alpha A, which is numeric alpha data, right? That's it. In this case, is valid, false, integer result is empty. So valid case only we can say the result in C3, or else it will be empty. So please apply this input. Rest everything is same, no change. Yeah. So now let us save it. Go to batch viewer and run. Yeah. So it is done. Now we should see. This is false. This is empty. That's what we discussed, right? So that's it. Yeah. So that's about string to integer, right? So same way you can just take string to other types like string to float, string to date, right? So now let us go with what other category. So go to functions and parse date, yeah, string to date. So we can supply dd so you'll get it in date format, which is date type. Yeah. So parse boolean, yeah, we can take this string to boolean. So because opposite we have done here, format boolean. So we can supply string as input here. Yeah. So then we expect boolean as output. So let us take this itself. Let me connect output of this to format boolean. Fine. Now we need to look at the result in what? C2. So please apply this. Let me put it here. Yeah. So parse boolean is the string to boolean. This is string boolean. Yeah. So one output of parse integer C3, other output is parse boolean in C2. Yeah. So now let's go to batch viewer and run. Yes. It's done. C2, right? See, it's C2, C3. So now let us try to focus on what I call another one, which is format integer. Integer to string. String to integer we have done. Take format integer, which is opposite. If you supply integer, let's say here 10 is there, right? I'm connecting this to format integer. Right?
Narasimha, one thing, in the past Boolean, if we give the value true and false, it will be go to the true string or the false string, right?
Yes, you are right. Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. So now take integer value as input to this format integer. Then let us connect output of format integer to C3. So 10 will be converted to string, that's it. Then we can apply string based operations. Yeah. But make sure that again integer input should be integer. Yeah. If it is not, then it doesn't.
Narasimha, what is the significance of the base port?
Yeah, base could be base is basically, see, we can have octa or septum or a dec or a hex. So we can have multiple base. By default, we use what? Decimal, which is a dec 10, right? So base 10. But in case if we have any other base that we extract from this integer, we can also supply that as input to this base. Accordingly, you get a string value. You got right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine. Now let us try to save this. Let's select batch waiver and execute batch. Yep. Yes, it is done. Then go here. See, we got 10. Yeah. So then we can apply string based operations, nothing else. Yeah. So that's about format stuff. I think we covered almost all categories. Data conversion, logic functions, string functions, mathematical functions, all are done. Yeah, so now we need to start understanding what I call how are we going to build our own what I call functions. Yeah, and those functions would be expressed one based on what user defined library, and second based on what Java library, and third based on what IDQ library. Three forms we have. So let us talk about one by one. First, let's say user library, which means we can have our own category. You can ask question why I did not cover companies, geographic, miscellaneous, noise filters. There are user defined categories, which is built by for some reason. Yeah? These kind of category we are going to create and start building our own Plunks functions within that. Yeah? So now let us right click and select add user library. Yeah. Fine. then supply the name of the category, which is user link. Yeah. So one user lib could be based on what to perform standardization. Some other user lib will be built for regular expression. Some other user lib for something else. So depending upon whatever we need, right, we can have corresponding name defined. For example, you can see noise filters, miscellaneous functions, geographic functions. Likewise, you can also have our own category. To start with, I'm just putting what? General name, which is user lib. Say okay. Yes. Now we got our own category, right? Like others. Yeah. So within that, right click on this user lib, where we can perform first one, graph function, meaning we can build our own class function. In that, we can have our own user defined input ports and output ports. Yeah. So that we could do it by using what? Graph function. So please select graph function and supply, let's say empty, or you can say graph function with two ports example, right? Two input ports, two output ports. Simple straight through class function we are going to build. It's similar to maplet. Remember, guys. So library is what? Reusable component, right? Which means it is just like what a maplet. Maplet also we do the same thing, right? We can have reusable functionality within a maplet, which can have n number of transformations logic or n number of functions. Yeah? So same way we can do it by using what? Graph function. Yeah? So you can also put reusable block or reusable function. And again here secure resource. Secure resource is applicable for each class function also, guys. Yeah. So say okay. Now can you see here? By default, if we go to dit, so here you can see function inputs, one function output, one. That's a default. Like a maplet also will have empty. Right? So now we can see here one input, one output in graphical form. Now we can double click on input block or input object, where if you don't want it, we can just select and delete existing one and start adding our own ports from the scratch. Yeah. So click on plus. Let us say we got, let's put general names, port underscore one with a string type. Yeah. Type could be anything. I think we talked about the type supported in MDM, right? Date, string, and numeric boolean. Yeah. So that's it. Say okay. So add one more port, which is port 2 with a different type. Let's say integer. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So likewise, you can add any number of input ports. Yeah. Yeah, clear guys to everyone? Yes, similarly, we can also add output ports. So I'm just selecting existing one and delete it. Yeah, right. Now we can add here also ports. Yeah? Let's say port underscore one. Assuming that we are doing here simple straight through data transfer. Yeah? Then add another port which is port 2 with integer type, right? That's it. Say okay. So this way we can see input block contains 2 ports and output also contains 2. Nobody asked this question. We got a bullets, right? So gray dot color, blue color, red color, and we got different colors, right? I'll talk about all of them on go. So and each has got some meaning. Yeah. So now let us connect port 1 to port 1, port 2, port 3. Simple graph function which doesn't do anything, just gets it and transfers it. That's it. Yeah. And then save. So in between we can also add any function. Can you see here, right click and add function? So we can add whatever manifest that you want here, just like a maplet. That's it. Yeah. So we can have a library or DLL or a jar or a var or year. These are the multiple forms. Yeah. So which can be reused by somebody. So just the collection. Jar means Java archive, right? Which will contain n number of class files. And each class file would contain what? N number of methods. So same thing here. So here we've got one particular maplet or graph function which contains straight through, but we can have n number of functions in it. Fine. So now save it. So remember here, so far we focused on what we call building a mapping and getting it executed by using what batch waiver. Now the question, can we get it unit tested? Answer is what? Yes. If yes, how do you do that? For that, click on test tab where we can supply the input here. For example, ABC, which is a string type, right? 1 to 3, which is a numeric, and get it tested. See, we got it. Output, right? Output is equal to input because straight through graph function, right? Yeah. So now once you have this particular graph function, 2 ports, right? We can get it called in the top level mapping, like a maplet, right? Once we build a maplet, so we can use it in what? In the top level mapping. Same concept holds good over here. Yeah. Yeah, clear guys?
Yes.
I hope.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
perfect. So tested, right? Now we can also go to this particular, okay, let us try to call this within the top level mapping and see whether it's going to work or not. Yeah? Let us test that. Then we'll get into another one because we need to understand end to end without any gap. Yeah? So let us take this. Yeah? So let us add a function. Here we can also see our user defined category. This is the description we give, right? So now expand it where we can see our own function where we specified reusable block. Say okay. Now if we try to expand this, you can you see it will take 2 ports as input and returns 2 ports as output. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, before I talk about this, let me talk about this bullets because I'll forget. You know, can you see, guys? Date-based columns will have a red encircled, but what you call bullet. Yeah. Red. See here, deleted date, period start date, period end date, period reference time, last update date, create date. So all the date-based columns will have what? Red colored bullets. Clear, right? First color. Second, which is what? Indicators. Indicators will be specified by using what? Blue color. Say deleted indicator, then version sequence, then timeline action, and then half state indicator. These are the indicators. Yeah? So which will have either integer values like 1, 2, 3, 1, 0, -1, or even Boolean values, true or false means 1 and 0. Yeah? So that is indicator part. Other than that, like we can have, let's say, PK source object, grade or color, deleted by, like a string based columns, and even other types other than integer, right? They're all part of gray color bullets. That's about color codes. Yeah. On the left side also you can see landing. See, date is what red, and the business columns what they're all grayed out. Yeah, gray color. Yeah, that's about colors part. Yeah. So now let us talk about what you call supplying these two ports as input. Which one you can give here? Let us take this string, right? 1, 2, 3, A, and port 2 is what? Integer, right? So we can supply this 10 as input to this. So 10 was there already, right? So I'm just using that, this one. So we should get same result in the target. Let's see. I delete C2, C3 earlier ones, and C2, which is a port 1. Then port 2, which is integer, but C it's connected to what? C3. Yeah. So please try to build this particular graph function with 2 ports in it. Yeah. And then save it. Yeah.
Nazima, one question actually. So
Yeah.
for port to the output is integer, right? And C3 is string. So how can we directly connect
That's what
integer
I
with?
said. All the numeric values will be converted to string implicitly by itself. But if you want to do it explicitly, we can also do it. So integer to string, for example. So we got conversion functions, right? For example, can you see here integer to string? If you want it, we can do it, but it's optional. Yeah?
Okay, it automatically convert.
Exactly, you're right.
So
So implicit conversion. Yeah.
one more question actually. So when I was actually in the input of this graph function, when I was trying to connect a string with an integer or integer with a string, then it was not allowing
Or input,
input in input. If you try put
opposite, yeah, opposite is fine, but yeah, otherwise not fine. In the sense, numeric values can be stored in a string, but string values can't be stored in numeric. For example, can you store string in integer? No, right? Yes
no,
or no?
no,
We
no.
cannot do it. Yeah. So string is just a character. That character could be a digit or it could be even non-digit, which is alpha. Yeah. So that is why it allows. But numeric means digits only. So
Okay.
starting from 0 to 9, or you can have floating values, which can't be stored in string. You got right? It's a subset actually. See,
Yeah.
numeric values are subset of string, not other
Right.
way.
Right.
So that's why we cannot. Yeah, fine, right? Yeah. But safer side, it's better to perform explicit conversion so that there is no confusion. Yeah? Like what we did here. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, because if there is a newcomer, right? So just by looking at the complete flow, they can understand. Or else the question starts. Is as a integer, it's a string, why there is no conversion. Such kind of questions you can avoid if you have explicit conversion. Yeah? Fine. I think it's done, right? All guys.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, now let's go to batch fever. And now here, what we are trying to do here, we have just built a reusable function and getting it executed in what mapping, nothing else. Yeah. Let's wait for it. Sorry. Now let us look at the result. Yes, this is a numeric, right? So we can also see other one, which is this. Yeah, this is a string. That's it. Yeah. So which means here explicitly we converted. Earlier we didn't convert, but both the cases result will be the same. So you won't get us any wrong results with or without conversion, like numeric to string. Yeah. So that's it. With this, we know like how to build a reusable function, which is a graph function, get it called in the top level mapping. I'll look at the effect of it. Yeah. And we have also unit tested. That's fine. Now let's move on to what? Next one. So regular expression. Yeah. So please select add regular expression function. So in this regex, they have not done properly. So I don't know why they kept it. So it doesn't work as we expect in Unix, right? So anyway, we'll see. So regex test. Yeah. Test regular expression. Yeah. So pattern matching, right? So it can allow exact a problem. Yeah. Yeah. So here also it can take one input, and it returns what? Two outputs. Matching case Boolean is true and matching output. If not, Boolean is false, then unmatched output. Now let's go to details. See input expression, output expression. Let us say input is, if we get input as ABC, output as, let us say, A example, right? So let us save it, which means if it encounters ABC as input, right, then you'll get what output as A. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. So let us apply it. Yeah. Then after that, we'll get it unit tested here. Yeah. So now let us test it. See here, if you supply ABC, then you'll get some matching, right? So you'll get matching result, which is A. So it is matched. If you try to supply AB, so you'll get what output is equal to input, and matched is a false because so input is not matching with what expected string. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is a simple example of regular expression. Yeah.
So
Now,
Narasimha, like what if we have A, B, C, D?
ABCD also, in this case, you are saying, so
Yeah.
remember, the mandate that couple words should get matched, which is ABC. Extra
Okay.
or less, it won't. But this one, we can handle it as part of plans list. I'm going to talk now. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, let us start getting into what clans list. Remember, guys, clans list is one of the good functionality that we have in this staging layer. So, because using clans list, we can perform data standardization. Yeah. So, based on multiple search types or search algorithms, like we have anywhere, word, and entire. There are three search types that are supported by clans list, using which we can perform data standardization. Let us see how it will be done with an example. Fine. Clans list is what set of clans functions. The name itself implies, right? List of clans functions, which means within a same what we call module, we can have set of clans functions. For example, one will take care of searching types based on what anywhere or complete word match or entire input string match or whatever. Other clans function would take care of search and replace. Some other clans function will take care of taking care of replacing all occurrences and so on. We got multiple clans functions which are part of clans list. Remember that, right? So please select this and supply. So let's say clans list. For what we do, we use this to carry out data standardization. Fine. So we can say here standardization example. Yeah. And then say okay. Yeah. So can you see here, guys? This particular clans list will have what? So 6 input ports and it returns what? 3 output ports. Remember, I think all of you could able to see over here, right? Yes or no? Input, or we can also go to this test where we can see 6 input ports, 3 output ports. Where here we use input like whatever we get it from the source and search type on what basis we are going to use this clans list, which means what is it going to be based on exact match, a probable match, a complete match. So that we specified as part of search type. We got a pre-built keywords like anywhere, word, and entire. Those keywords we have to use it caps. Then replace all occurrences what it does, in case if we have multiple words within a given input data, if you want to replace all of them, then we need to make replace all occurrence is equal to true. If it is a false, only first occurrence would get replaced. Then stop on hit. Remember, if we have multiple words from a given input text, it has to search, right? First word, second word, third word, and so on, right? But if we enable stop and hit is equal to true, as and when it encounters first matching word, it stops proceeding further to identify some more searches. So we can say that it's a performance effective input port. Then strip. Strip, as the name suggests, so we can just take out or remove the characters. Yeah. If it matches, if it doesn't, it won't. For example, as part of standardization, right? In case if you have special characters like open bracket, close bracket, or open parenthesis, close parenthesis, backslash, or forward slash, or apostrophe, or semicolon, or any other special character, right? In case if we encounter such kind of special characters from a given input data, then we can strip them out. In such cases, we use this particular strip input port. Yeah. Now default value. This I think we talked about it as part of string categorical functions, right? So default means if the input data doesn't match with what we expect, then we can also use what? Use a default. Yeah. So matching case anyway, you'll get the result. Unmatched case, you need to think. In that case, we can go with what? Defaults. So these are the 6 input ports we have. And then 3 output ports, right? Output, if it matches, you will see in the output. Or else, if it doesn't, output is equal to input. Just now we saw as part of regular expression, right? Matching case, we saw what you call matching result. Unmatched case, we saw what? Input output is equal to input. That's it. Yeah. So similarly, same concept holds good here with respect to output port. Matched means it's less. Matched means what? Matched data only you get it, which is the most recent replaced value can be seen over here. And match flag is what? If it matches at least one occurrence, then match flag is true. If none of the occurrences gets matched, right, then match flag will be false. That's about the explanation for each input port and output ports. If anybody has got any questions, you guys can shout out. Clear, guys? Okay, now let us try to perform. Remember, guys, so we can perform like standardization with a reference table, without a reference table. We all know that. Yeah? Same concept holds good here, which means in case if we have what we call a lookup or reference table, which is available in table form, so we can also get it here. So, or import match string or whatever, all search values, replace values, we can get it. Or we can also add or build this reference data by ourselves by adding what we searched for and what we replaced with based on which match type, exact or regular expression or sequence. So let us click on plus. So please click on plus button, guys, here. And then yeah. So let us say we have got country code. I think let me talk about theory here because it's a big concept. Yeah. So let us say the input data, right? Then search type. Then, so based on this, let's say output. What is output we are going to get? Let us take this. So input, let us say we've got IND dot, you know, then followed by ND. Let us take this input. Yeah. So now search type. So it's suppose three search types I said, right? The first one, anywhere. Yeah. So what it does, anywhere means if the input data contains more than one occurrence anywhere in a given input data. Anywhere means set of consecutive characters should get matched. For example, I think someone is asking a question, right? A, B, C, D. If you have A, B, C matches, no consecutive characters, then it will get replaced. So that's where anywhere such type will be used for. Let us say what will be searched for we define, which is, let us say IND example. No? Then based on this search value, search type, and for a given input data, what will be the result, guys? Which anywhere? Anywhere means what? Anywhere in a given input data, set of consecutive characters of what to be searched for should get matched. If it matches, then we can also see replaced value, which is going to be, let's say, I example. Yeah, fine. So wherever it encounters I and D, it will get replaced with what? I. So that's what we can see it. So with this anywhere, what is the output, guys, here? Someone has to answer now. I and D will be replaced with I. This is the first one, right? First word. Then there's a second one where there is a match. I. Yeah. Yes or no? And third one, let's say instead of I'll just put IN because everywhere there's a match. It's not a good thing. I dot. Then followed by IN. There is no match. Yeah. So set of consecutive characters, right? All three characters should get matched. So first one, complete match, complete word match, and second one, partial match. So I think this is what someone is asking question, A, B, C, D. So here ABC equal to I and I gave. So it got replaced with the I and A, right? First three characters. Then rest of the characters will be treated as what? Literals, which means as it is. Which means whatever input is there, you'll get the same thing in the output. Then input is what IN and output is also IN because there is no match. That's it. Is it clear, guys? This simple example.
This search is case sensitive.
Yes. Such type, right? You're saying? Oh, this one, this searcher. Yes. Default
Yeah.
is sensitive. We can change it to insensitive also. There's a checkbox. Yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, that's the case of default. Yeah. Okay. So any other questions? So what to be searched for, what to be replaced with? This normally will define it as part of reference table. So these things we configure, which is this, you get it from the source, which is the input, and such stuff also we define, like anywhere example we are trying to talk here. And based on that, then these two inputs will be compared against with the reference table. Yeah. Then based on this, we are going to get to see the result in the output, which is this. So we got matched flag, right? We have seen it. Matched also you get which is I, and matched flag will be true because at least one occurrence where we found the match, right? Yes or no? That's it. Can we try to do this?
Nasima, can we have multiple search patterns? I mean, in the same function?
Such that means
Multiple search patterns. I mean, here it's IND you have given, so giving some multiple IND slash or comma.
yeah, we can have it. IND slash IND dot IND.
Not in the search part. Can we search multiple words? I mean,
Yeah, we can have it. So we can, I've just given one actually. In reference table, we can have n numbers. like IND dot, we can have n number of search values and corresponding replaced values. Yeah. But we need to add separate entry, not in one row we can do that. Yeah. How to add, I'll talk about it. Yes. But to answer a question, yes, we can take care. Yeah. For example, IND slash IND dot. So we can have three what we call entries, but replace value could be same, I, which means we are trying to convert n number of what we call representations to single representation, which is going to be what I. Yeah. Clear, right?
Yeah.
Like for example, one entry IND, second entry IND dot, third entry IND slash, the fourth entry IN, whatever, right? These are the multiple representations of, let's say, country, for example. Then replace value, let's say I. So wherever you see this one of these values, right, it will be replaced with I. So I hope you got the answer, right? Is it what you're expecting?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it's right. Yeah, it's fine. So now let us understand how to configure this. Then I'll talk about other search types, like we got a word and entire also. Yeah, fine. So search string, let's say IND, and output string, let's say I. Yeah, fine. Say okay. So let us start with the one. Likewise, you can add any number of entries. For example, IND dot. So then I. This is what I was saying. Yeah, you can see, right? Likewise, you can add n number of entries. Yeah. So yes, let us say we'll start. We're starting with one. Yeah. So which is IND. I'll put here instead of IND dot. So wherever you see IND, right, it should be replaced with what? I. Yeah. There's a one more match type also regex. So that also we can define where we can take care of multiple patterns in one. But that's not advisable because so it's better to have very clear representation so that anybody can understand without any confusion. Yeah. Fine. Search value, replaced value defined. So match type, let's say exact match we're expecting. Yeah. Now, so search output is ready. Now, what is input in its supply? First two, right? What are those? Input data and search type. Let us try to test this as part of unit testing environment. Yeah. Yeah. So go here. So let me copy the same input data like what we discussed here. Okay, copy paste. Then search type we can define here anywhere. Yeah. So this is a case sensitive and it should match exactly because it supports pre-built keywords. Can you see here? As part of description, anywhere it should match entire or it could be word, one of these search type. Yeah? So we gave one of them, which is anywhere. Yeah? So first two are mandatory, rest of them are optional. So we have got two here and two we already configured. So we have got four inputs total. Yes or no? So based on these four, we are going to get the output. Yeah. Clear? Now let us test it. See, we got it. I dot IN. This is what we expected. What we call here also, right? So same thing we could able to see here. That's it. And matched one is I. Is the most matching replaced value. Then most recent replaced value. And match flag is what true. If one occurs got matched, then match flag will be true. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions on this?
So if we type India, right, instead of ind.in.
If you type India, still to get replaced. INDIA, right? This one, right?
Yes.
So
Delete
then
everything.
you will have IA, you'll get it. First three characters, right, where there is a match. So it will replace I. Then rest of the characters, you'll get it as it is. Yeah?
Okay.
Can you see here? IA. See, it's a consecutive characters match. That's all, nothing else. It doesn't look at anything. Wherever there's a consecutive character gets matched, like I and D, that's what we are searching for right here. Yes or no? Then
Mm.
it would get replaced with whatever we define as part of replaced value.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. So I'm just removing this. Okay.
Narasimha, I have one question actually. Suppose that here actually we are giving India, right? India, and then we are saying that the search tab is anywhere, and we are replacing with I. But in case of actual scenario, we may have this kind of requirement where India should be also replaced with I. Okay, so in that case, in the second, if we add another search actually with the
We
plus
can
sign.
do that. See, as per our reference table, it all depends on what business expects. You are saying, Ayan, you are right. See, now what we are doing here, we are focusing on an IND. But if we have, let us say, India, complete word, right? Yes or no?
Right.
Then we can replace that with what? Some other replaced value. We can have it. No?
And
But,
in the
but
first, yeah.
yeah, but the catch here, yeah, I got your question, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, but the question is, whichever first occurrence that gets matched, right?
Yes.
That will get replaced. Yeah, that you should be careful. So, which means focus on complete characters first, then followed by partial characters. So that we should take care as part of building a reference table. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will
Got it?
conflict actually. Yeah.
Or else you'll get a wrong result because first occurrence partial data got matched. We have second search value, which is a right one. It doesn't have any meaning. Correct, no?
Yeah.
So because we have already taken care earlier, which is not a right thing. That is why we should take care complete data in the top and partial data in the bottom. That's how we need to categorize in a reference table. Yeah.
So Narasimha, what are the options other than anywhere in search type?
Two more, word and entire. So we can see here. Can you see here? There is a word and entire. I'll talk about that. Word, entire, anywhere. Three, right? Three capital ones. You can just read here. But anyway, I'll show examples on that. Yeah. So now anywhere is clear, right? Now same thing. Let us try to do it with the word. Yeah. So I'll just copy and paste this to a word confusion. That is anywhere part we focus, right? Same input data. I'll just use what word. Yeah. So with the word and search is same, and the replace value is also same. In this case, what would be the result? Answer is what? Word means it is mandated that complete word should get matched. So partial words, which means set of consecutive characters where they would not get replaced. Which means in this case, in the given input data, first word where there's a complete match. So it will get replaced with what? I. So far, so good. And if you take a second word where there is a match, but there's one extra character. So if you take complete word, right, where there is no match with a search value. So in that case, what happens? Output is equal to input. Remember that. And last word where there is anyway, it's not matching with this search value, all the characters. So it will not get replaced. So output is equal to input. So now you can see the difference, right? Between what? Anywhere and word. So any confusion, guys, here? Word means complete word should get matched. Anywhere means what? Consecutive characters. Just remember that. Nothing else. Yep. Clear, right? Yeah, then then your case there won't be any problem. You ask question, right? Order wherever you put, right? So there won't any problem if you use this word algorithm. IND first, India next, right? In that case, there is no any problem. Yes or no? Yeah. But if provided we need to use word, Ayan, you got right? Yeah. So now let us use what word? Yep. Now test it. Yeah, can you see, guys? Only first word got replaced. Second and third output is equal to input. That's what we expected, right? And that's what we can see here, right? Yeah. Second and third output is equal to input. Yeah. Now second output port, if at least one matching occurrence, right? Then you will see matched output. Yeah. And match flag at least one occurrence means one occurrence where there is a match means match flag will be true. Yeah. So that's it about word search type. I hope it is clear. Yes or no? Guys?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now let us talk about another search type or another search algorithm, which is going to be what? Entire. Yeah. I'll just copy and paste. Yeah. Now we are going to change from word to what? Entire. Right? So entire, as the name suggests, it is mandatory that complete input data should get matched with like what it is searched for. This means search value should match with the complete data, not partial. Plus in this case, we got what? So how many characters we have? 3, 4 plus 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters. All 11 characters should match with search value. Then only it would get replaced with the replaced value or output string. Remember, or else, which means if there is no match, in that case, output is equal to input. That's it. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Now tell me, based on this particular, what you call concept, what would be the result over here? Can someone answer this question?
Same as input.
Input only. Yeah, input.
Input equals to
Sorry?
output. Yeah.
Same as input.
Yeah, exactly. That's correct. Output is equal to input. So that's it. So which means what? It is mandated that complete data should match with what? Search value. So that is not the case in this sample data. So that's why output is equal to input. Yeah. So that is perfect. So now let us test it here. Right. So click on test. Yeah. Can you see here? Output is equal to input. Now we can see matched output is what? Null. Because none of the occurrences where there is a match. And match flag is also no occurrence where there is a match. That's where it's a false. Now, in this scenario, let us say we expect some output in a match, irrespective of whether there is a match or not. So let us say we supply here India. Yeah, it's a default value, which means if none of the occurrences got matched, in that case, replace with what? Default value. So you'll get default value here. Can you see here? Now you got the importance of default, right? If none get matched, go with what? Matched output, which is a default value. That's it. Yeah. So matching case anyway, you'll get a result anyway. And this is what for unmatched case. We go with what? Default. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Now I've just added one more input port and the effect of that because now the yes, please. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Now let us talk about other 3 input ports, which we have not
Narasimha,
matched.
sorry to interrupt. Actually,
Yeah.
so can't we make it as case sensitive? Because I've tried like capital India, capital IND, it also got replaced.
Okay, that's fine. So word, so yes, yeah. So input, okay, IND, yeah. Yes, it's insensitive, yeah. So that is fine. So yeah, but if you want to make it case sensitive or whatever, right? So then we can go to import match outpost. We'll see that. So now we are talking about hardcode stuff, right? We'll get into with the reference table how it will be done. So now this is clear, right? Yes or no? 3 input ports we discussed and 3 output ports we discussed. Now let us talk about 3 more input ports which are left over, right? So replace all occurrences. So in this case, let's use what anywhere. Yeah, right. So anywhere meaning what? Set of consecutive characters, right? So in this case, you will have 2 occurrences which can get replaced. Now the question, let us say we need only first occurrence that should get replaced. Then how do you take care? In that case, can you see by default, replace all occurrences will be true. This means if we select true or not, but that's a default anyway. For example, let us test it. See, it is same only. Now, if you want to reverse it, in the sense, only first occurrence should get replaced, rest should not be replaced. In that case, we can make it what? False. See, second occurrence and second occurrence it did not replace because though it's a match, it did not replace because replace all occurrence is equal to false. We said it here. Yes or no? Yeah. Clear, guys? Replace all occurrences part. Yeah. So that's it. Now let us say stop on it is just a performance stuff. By default, it is a true. Yeah. There won't be any difference, which means stop on hit means what? As and when it encounters a match. Yeah. So if you say false, which means stop on hit, which means what? Keep searching. If you say stop on it is equal to true, whenever it encounters first matching occurrence, it will not proceed further to search again. Remember, it's just like a performance stuff. Yeah. Now the next input port, which is strip. What is meant by strip, guys? Here, I think we talked about it. Wherever there is a match, it will be replaced with what? Empty. If you say true, by default it is a false. Yeah. Strip is a false. Yeah. Default is a false. Actually, you can see here. Now we are trying to make it what? True. True means it will get emptied. So which means where there is a match, that's IND is a match, right? 2 occurrences, or let's say 1 occurrence because of replace. So that will get replaced with what? Empty. Let us say that. See, empty. It's only 2 words you can see it here. That's it. So this is how what we can understand the clans list. I hope it is clear. We talked about all the input ports and different search types and all the output ports. So any questions on this, guys?
Yeah, Narasimha, one question. So here for replace all occurrences, right? So when we make it as true, then it will replace all the occurrences. When we make it as false, then it will only like replace the first occurrence, right? And this stop on hit is also doing the same. Like whenever it finds.
The stop on it is equal to basically just to search or not to search. That's it. You got right? Stop on it just it doesn't do any replacement. It will only use for search subsequent occurrence. That's it. For example, let's say we have just given replace all occurrence equal to false. Only first will get replaced, but still search would take place, which means still there is a overhead. How to cut down that? then make it what stop on hit, which means if we encounter
Okay.
first occurrence, don't proceed further to search. You got right?
Yeah.
Just stop there. That's what it means. Yeah. You got right?
Yes, Narasimha.
Fine. So that's it, guys, about plunge this basic thing. Then we will talk about which reference table. How do we do that?
Narasimha, just
After,
about the Narasimha.
yes.
Yeah, can you just can you just go back to that? Hello. Yeah, can you just go back to the yes, yes.
Yes, Sandeep.
I just wanted to understand the default value again. Just
Okay, default. Okay.
yeah.
So one second. If nothing gets matched, right, Sandeep? Yes, sir. Then matched output will be null. Yes, sir. So let's say I'll take out this. Correct, no? This is empty or null, right? Sandeep. Now let us say. So we need, let's say, default value, irrespective in case of there is no match. In that case, we use what? Default value. I've just kept India here, default value, Sandeep. Then click on test. Here you can see what? Unmatched case also you will see what? Matched output as what? India. Matched case, anyway, we'll have whatever we have replaced value. Unmatched case, we'll go with what? Default value. Sandeep?
Okay, the any real-time example you can
Most of the example, you can think many. For example, let us say we expect data, well, we get data from multiple countries. Yeah. So let us take, and US is the topmost country data where if someone has not specified any country code, then we use, let us say, default country code as what? US. That's one example. Yeah. So which means what? That's the most precious data. So we prioritize US data example. That's a country code bot. And similarly, let us say even if you take India, right? So if you take what you call financial stuff, where so in case we are focusing, let's say Maharashtra, AP, Telangana, whatever, right? So let's say Bombay is going to be the or Mumbai is going to be the financial stuff. Then we focus on what for financial industry. If nothing gets matched, then assuming that it is from means it's default from Mumbai. So likewise, you can think of many more examples based on the type of industry that we deal with, Sandeep. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
These numbers, these values, right? We'll get it from what? Business analysts. We don't do that because to arrive to these values, it's not that easy. So based on the industry, right? We need to have expertise on that industry. Then only we can go with what? Right default value. I gave 2 examples. Yep. Fine. Okay.
Narasimha,
Yeah.
I have
Yes,
another observation. Like I was testing this stop on hit value. Okay. So what I did is I passed 3 times IND. Do you want me to share or you want to try it here?
Okay, you can share.
Okay.
Mahendra. Yes.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So what I've done is I've passed 3 times IND. Search type is anywhere. Replace occurrence is true, but I've put stop on hit, right? So what I was expecting is the first instance when IND is met, it should stop there and it should not search for.
No. He misunderstood. Mahendra. See, stop on hit is only for stopping search, not replacing values. Replacing values will happen with replace all occurrences. Mahendra.
Okay.
So that you made it as what?
Yeah,
True,
that
right?
is
Yes,
true.
sir.
Yes.
True means all
Yes,
occurrences will get replaced.
But it
So we
is
are-
still searching, right? Then only it is going to replace these values.
That
right?
is a default behavior within the replace occurrences.
Okay.
That's a default behavior. But after replace occurrence is false, then order stop on hit is equal to true. Then search will not be done for subsequent occurrences. Mahendra, you got right?
Okay. Yeah, that is
So that's
fine. So
order,
even if
order matters a lot here. Yeah. You can try with any combinations.
Mhm.
That is true.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Fine.
Okay, so you can try, and after break also you can discuss. Let's take a break, guys. We'll meet around 11:20. Fine. Okay.
Narasimha, do you see this? This cursor is not working for me. This mouse, somehow this black image is coming behind it.
Oh, black is following you, right? Black
Yeah.
rectangle box.
Yeah, Narasimha, same for us as well.
No, it's I think it's everywhere. I think there are lab guys they need to fix it. I'll tell them. Even I
Okay.
don't know how they are doing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Please inform me.
I'll tell them. Yeah. Fine, right?
Yes. Sure.
Okay.
Thank
Let's
you.
take a break. Huh?
Mahindra,
Yes.
can you please try both true?
Both true. Replace all occurrence.
And stop on it.
Mahindra, you have some
Hmm.
question?
No, I think this is clear. But I'm
Fine.
still not clear. Like stop on it is not stopping. I think it is still searching and then replacing. So yeah,
No.
you said like it is taking preference. Like the replace all occurrences will take the preference because it is top of the order.
First one. Exactly.
Hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mahindra.
Okay. Yes.
Fine,
Got
right?
it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
So we
let's
shall.
meet at 11:15.
Yeah.
Yes.
बेटा चल रहा है अंदर कोई इंसान दिक्कत हुई थी तो अपने चेंज कर लेगा हाँ इधर मैं चेंज करूँ चेंज करना है तो मेरे को बताओ टिकट रेस करो सामान हाँ बोले ये यहाँ के लेके चल अरे भाई तो बना पड़ेगा इधर देखने को तो ये जैकेट पहन पड़ेगा
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so sorry guys. So let's continue. So we talked about plans list, right? Yeah. So now the next question: how are we going to make use of that particular plans list within the top level mapping, so that we can see the effect of that in the relevant tables, right? So that part will just do one example will come out from that. So let us, yeah. I hope all of you could able to see my desktop, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So now let us go to, let's say we built one now plans list, right? Let us use it as part of mapping. So right click, add function. Then let's go to user lib and select the plan list. That's it. Now here we can see what it takes 6 input ports and returns 3 output ports, right? That's what we tested independently, right? Yeah. So here also we should get the same result in the target table. Yeah. So let us try to add same input data so that should get the same result as we got it in now. What unit testing environment? For example, we took ind dot in, right? That is the input data we have taken. Yeah. So take that and connect to input port. Yeah. Plus, we need to supply what search type, which is mandatory. So anywhere. Yeah. So we are using, let us say, anywhere and connect this to search type. So rest of the ports are optional. Yeah. So that also we have unit tested it, right? Then delete C2 and C3. in the staging table, and output of this, let's say we are connecting it to C3, and matched one also we can connect to what? Let us say C2. Yeah. Yeah. So please configure this.
Narasimha,
Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. Yes, please.
hello, am I audible?
Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
sorry. So actually regarding the search type, so we have already provided the search type there in that cleanse function. So will it overwrite it?
No, we have not given.
Okay.
We have as part of testing environment we give.
Okay.
Let me go back.
Mhm.
Correct, no? We give as part of testing environment, but configuration is
okay.
here.
Okay, got
It's a unit test environment, right? This
So
was
we
sample test.
so if we don't provide that search type, so is there any default or anything?
No. It is mandatory. For
Okay,
example,
it's
let's say I'll delete it.
Mhm.
Rahul. So
Yes.
fine, just to look at the issue, right? So now,
Mhm.
so we have just given the input data, no search type. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes.
So default take anywhere, but better to specify it. Yeah. Fine. So now let us go to batch viewer and yes, it is completed. So let us look at the result in the target based on anywhere. Yeah. C2 empty C3. Yeah, we got output is equal to input of
Okay, as is.
entire. Entire is a default. Yes
Got
or
it. So
no?
we have to specify that every time.
Exactly. If you want anywhere,
Okay.
right? That's
Got it.
mandatory. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
So now let us see if we specify here and get it connected to search type. Yeah. Now you'll get a result. Yeah. Go to batch viewer and run it. Yeah, it is completed. Now we got the result, right? ii.in. Now this answered a question. Yeah. So yeah, guys, so please configure this like whatever is done here. 2 ports, so mandatory. One is also fine, but yes, you'll get enter best result. Yeah. So and connect output ports. I'm not trying to match flag. Match flag anyway, I think we talked about, right? At least one occurrence gets matched, means flag will be true, or else it's false. Other options, right? You can also supply inputs, replace all occurrences, stop on hit, strip, default value. You guys can take the exercise because I think I've already talked about with example as part of unit testing environment. Yeah? So we can cover some other topics because I think I talked about each port, right? For example, if you want to supply another constant, which is a Boolean true. So this true will be connected to replace all occurrences. Or let's say true is connected to stop on it. Yeah. And default value can just give, let us say, anyway. Okay. I'm just giving some string actually. It doesn't have meaning, but this we can just add constant values and get it connected to appropriate ports. Yeah. So that you guys can take the exercise. Yeah. Okay.
Narasimha, one question. If we want to add more reference values, can it be added from backend? More reference values?
Yeah.
For the cleanse list.
Yeah. Here we can add.
Means can it be added from the backend database?
Yeah, that I'm going to show. That's what I said. I'll talk about it, like how to import this search and replace values from existing table. Yeah, that I'm going to talk after completion of it. Fine.
Okay.
So, okay, fine. So make sure that this is clear, guys, because end to end we are trying to understand, which means right from the scratch. We just understood like how to configure, what are the ports, input, output, getting it unit tested, and usage of that in what? Top role mapping, and look at the result in the target table. That covers it. Yeah. So this is one of the important functionality, guys, in staging layer class functions. Rest of them very straight. They are very elementary functions. This is only one thing which is very good. Yeah. Even these many options we don't have even in IDQ also, because IDQ I know very well, right? So IDQ we do not have this replace all occurrences and stop on hit, strip. Default we have it, but strip also we can take care by replacing the empty. But these two are not there. No? So we got 5 what you call operations in IDQ. With a reference table 3 are there. Replace reference table matches with valid values, and remove reference table matches, and replace reference table matches with the customs. Only three operations are there. With those 3 operations, we cannot achieve this particular functionality. Yeah. We can do it, but we have to write some code. So that is not required here. Yeah. That's why this is better than IDQ. Only this functionality. Okay. So that's it, guys, about plans list part. I hope it is clear to everyone, right? Yeah. If it is clear, then we'll get into what? How to get the reference table data from an existing table, assuming that we get reference data in the form of what? Reference table, like a lookup table, where you'll have it's a country code, country name, such kind of table, right? So you can get it imported, and then rest will be same as what we discussed. Only thing here is you'll have multiple entries, but we try with only single entry. Let us see that. Yeah. Let's go to class functions. So now let me delete this because just to have a clarity, right? So nothing is there, let us say here. Now we are trying to make use of existing reference table to perform the data standardization, right? So for that, click on import match output string. Can you see, guys? Yeah, click on this button. Then we can supply this schema, all that same as earlier. I think we talked about it earlier. The same details, MDM underscore sample, schema name, username, and password, all same. Fine. Yeah, then click on next. See, now we could able to see list of tables. So we can see here one of the lookup table just to understand. So let us say we have lookup. Yeah, lookup channel is there, and also countries also there. Yeah, we can take country. Let us see what it contains. Okay. Yes, can you see here? Mass string, output string. So mass string, let us say country code. which is what? Search. And output string, which is going to be what? Country name or display name, whatever. Yeah. So that's, which means for a given country code, get the corresponding country name. Yeah. So please apply these two inputs here. That's what we also gave, right? We gave country search value is what? Code, and replace value is what? I. Yeah. So similar thing we are trying to use it. This is for across the what is called globe. Yeah. So click on next. Can you see here? This is a preview actually. So we can see multiple country codes, the mass string, and country names in the output string. Yeah. So you can see there are 13 pages. So you can just click on. But anyway, we don't need to look at. But yes, we have got multiple entries. Yeah. So this way you can also add manually, but manually we tried one, and now with a reference type we are trying with multiple entries. For example, if you specify GM, you'll get Gambia, whatever, right? Then GE, you'll get Georgia, and then DE, Germany, yeah. Whatever. Based on the country code, you will get what corresponding country name. You can test it here. For example, let's say input is what? D. Then I'll just use true. Then test. See, we got Germany. Output is equal to empty because we enabled strip as what? True. If it is a false, then you will see what? Even output also German. That's it. So wherever there is a match of input data with the input data is this one, right? With search value, which is this, right? D. So you'll get corresponding output string, which is replaced value. That's what we can see. That's it. Clear, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think now we got the answer, right? Like how to get it from backend tab. This is how we can get it. Yeah. So that's it about class list, guys. So you guys can perform one exercise like how to perform what country standardization, yeah, by using this reference table. Yeah, just build a mapping to perform that. Yeah. So we have done it input. We just have to use class list within the mapping and get the job done. Yeah. So that's it about class list stuff. Now let us go with what. So this is done, all we covered. User library is done. Now Java library. So this is one of the important thing, guys. You need to concentrate now. Forget about what we discussed. Now you need to concentrate a lot because this is going to be very, very important topic. Because if you could able to understand this, then you'll become what 100% of MDM guy. Because it requires a Java knowledge. Yeah. If you know Java, right, you can do anything and everything in MDM. Yeah. So yes. See, remember Java library, meaning library is what? A collection of some functionalities. Yes, sir. A collection of classes. Each class will have set of functionalities. Yeah? So now, in order to build our own custom code, where we can build our own custom logic, which is not supported by available MDM Hub features. So we can enhance it, or we can add new feature or new functionality by using what? Custom Java code. First line. Second line. Now, can we write by our own way to extend the functionality? Answer is what? Yes. But answer is no in some cases. So, but no when. If you say it's not a best practice to do it by our own, because there is a template given by Informatica. Yeah. So which means if you use the template, we already have pre-built callback functions within a template. So we just need to understand like how to make use of the template, which means usage of a template. Yeah. So which means in order to make use of the template, we need to understand two functions in the context of building our own cleanse functionality. Now we need to understand what are those what are those functions. One is going to be get descriptor function, and second is going to be what? Cleanse function. Instead of function, we use a method in Java. Yeah? So get descriptor method and cleanse method. These are the two methods where we need to implement the Java code. Now we can understand like what each of those methods are going to do. To start with, get descriptor method is going to help us in order to take care of what parameters, meaning what comes in, what goes out. That's it, which means input parameters and output parameters. That's what I meant. Yeah. So like I think we talked about, right? So built-in functions, built-in cleanse functions where we have seen input parameters or input ports and output ports. Even custom cleanse functions we added like graph function where we added our own input ports, our own output ports. Similarly, in custom Java code, also we can have our own input ports or input parameters and output parameters. Yeah? So those things we have to take care within this particular get descriptor Java method. Yeah? How we have to write it? We got a template. We just have to make use of it and change based on our need. That's it. Yeah. Now that is okay. Input, output has been taken care here. Now the question, who is going to perform the business functionality? So that's where we go with what? Cleanse method, where we implement the logic of what we need. For example, if you want the sum, we can just implement the sum functionality over here. So example sum, or if you want conversion, simple uppercase, lowercase conversion, we can perform here. Or if you want to perform some validations based on the date or booleans or something else, we can do it. Or if you want to build some statistical operations in order to capture them as part of cleanse itself, we could also do it. And or if you want to perform what you call all, let us say all rejects. Yeah. So because we do not have very good rejection mechanism within this cleanse layer, so we can build our own Java code to take care of our pre-built or our own custom built rejection framework, using which we can take care of reasons why the records would get rejected. I'll talk about pre-built reasons anyway, but here we can also build our own custom reasons. Likewise, we can think of many more examples while building our own cleanse functionality. Fine. So that's it. Simple. Logic we take care as part of cleanse method, and parameters we take care of as part of get descriptor method. That's a simple way to understand. Now, how to write a Java code? For that, let us start now. Remember, in order to write a Java code, you all know it. I'll just try to summarize for some people who are new to this. So for them, right? So we just need to understand the core Java concepts, which I have already said it. And next, in order to build our own custom Java code, so first of all, we need to start understanding prerequisites to get it built. Who can answer this question, guys? What are the prerequisites to build our own custom Java code? Yeah. One, we have to have JDK for what? To compile the Java code. And within a JDK, if you have JRE, it's okay. Or else get corresponding JRE, which is Java runtime environment, where we use what? JVM to convert Java code to what? Bytecode, which we call class files, right? So that we need to do, you know. And at the end of it, then yeah, these two are the prerequisites, you know. And once we do that, then template also we can just get it, you know. Then within a template, or in order to make this particular template to work, so we have to have two jar files which we need to what make it as part of class path. Yeah, we need to place these two what we call jar files, which has to be kept as part of what class path. If you are not sure about it, just place those jar files wherever there is a lib folder within our MDM installation location. For example, so we have installed Java, let us say, Info the default, I've used it. So here you can see what you call multiple folders, right? Within a class, we got a lib. Go and copy and paste it here. So this will be anyway as part of the path. You don't need to set the path. But if you want to have your own, let's say, location where you want to place those prerequisites, which is pre-built jars, right, to build our own custom Java code, and you can place it like wherever you want it, yeah, and specify it in the class path. That's the second way. And next, what does template contains? That's it. Once you know that, then we can start getting it built. Let us see how the template would look like and how one can start building our own functionality. Fine. So before we understand like how to build, let us try to what? Import the one which was built by somebody else. Now, let us say we already have got pre-built Java code, which is part of what is called resource kit. So if we install the resource kit, where we can see pre-built sample class functions. For example, if you go to samples folder, where we can see validation class lib, where we can see build folder. Within that, there is a jar file. Can you see bdd class validate, which is what? Executable jar file, which means within this particular jar file, if you try to extract, you will have what? N number of class functions. If you go to this folder, where we can see n number of class functions. Can you see here? So there are 6 class files, and each class file will have its own specific functionality. So in this, we can see here what one is going to be what? BDDCV function, which is going to be the utility class, or a class which has got basic functions, basic methods, which can be used in what? CV address, CV electronic address, CV person, and CV phone, right? And this is also one of the, let's say, utility class. So major classes where we got class functions is what? These 4 classes. Now you can ask question, on what basis you are saying that these 4 classes or class files only have got what? Class functions. Why not first two? For that, I think I've already answered it. When we talked about this particular template, right? We expect these 2 methods. If the class or if the Java file contains these 2 methods, then we can say that it is a class function. If it don't have it, it is not a class function. It's as simple as that. Yeah. Now let us try to import this and see whether we are going to see those 4 class functions as part of this class functions list or not. Let us see that. So right click, yeah, you guys also can start doing. Right click on class functions, all of you guys.
Hey, Narasimha, couple of questions.
Yeah.
So this Java library, where you got it from?
Informatica.
Okay, so there would be multiple Java libraries, or for cleanse
only
function,
one.
there would be just one
Yeah.
that would keep on getting updated with different versions of.
Exactly. You are right. Only one. It will keep on getting updated. Yes.
Okay, so during upgrade, we have to like get the updated version from Informatica, or will it also get updated automatically once we import?
Once you upgrade, right, there's a patch, right, to upgrade, right? Automatically all will get updated, including this Java library.
All right. Okay.
Right. So yes, that patch will take care anyway. Yeah. Now please select add Java library. All, guys. Yeah, I think we're all here, right? This separate window got popped up. Now click on browse. So we need to go to a location where we have this particular jar file that we just saw just now, right? Yes or no? So C drive and Info MDM hub, resource kit, samples, validation plans lib. I think we have already navigated, right? That's why I'm trying to do it fast. So here we can see BDD clans. Yeah. Anyway, you can see navigation, right? Info MDM hub, resource kit, samples, validation, plans lib, then build. So you can please go to that location. So once you are there, let me know, guys. Then we'll get into next step.
Yes, in.
Okay. Now select this build. Within that, please select BDD plans validate. It's an executable jar, right? I think we have already seen. See, file type is what? Jar files. Jar means Java archive. Archive collection, right? What is the collection here? Collection of classes. We have seen 6 class files, right? That's it. Yeah. Done. Say open. That's it. So we can see here draw. So BD clans lib. You can also specify, let's say any name here. Let's say Java lib example, right? So you can specify description. I think this part we've seen already. So that's it. And then say, okay, if it takes any parameters, we can supply, others it's optional. Yeah. Say, okay, done, I think, right? Yes. Can you see now new entry has come in here, which is Java lib, right? Expanded. See, there are only 4 class functions here because I'll talk about why. I've said already, we have 2 functions, right? Get descriptor and class method. Then only we can say that it's a class, right? And I'll show the code, Java code. First, before I get into the code, I'm trying to talk about like how to make use of existing jar and see whether we could able to see the result of that, result of those functions within Hub console or not. Once get the clarity, right? This usage of it, then we'll talk about from where this logic has come from. That we will talk about it from the Java code. Yeah.
Narasimha?
Yes, please.
For me, actually, when I imported this jar file, then my tool got hanged, actually, stuck. Nothing is happening.
Okay, just close the Hub console, reopen it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Let's open another Hub console. Just leave that, open another Hub console.
Okay.
That's also fine. Yeah. or else kill it from task manager. Anything is fine. So yeah. So you can take around sometime couple of minutes anyway, because I'll be talking about Java to take 20-30 minutes. Yeah. So fine. So now can I say guys here? CV address is a first glance function, right? So it has got 4 input ports and 3 output ports. Yeah. So in this, we can understand like what we could supply for each input port. Based on that, what is the result that we are going to get as part of what output? Yeah. So that's what we can see over here. Yes, sir. So let us test it. So go to unit test, address line 1. We can supply, let's say some number, let's say street number, then followed by some street name, whatever, right? So then followed by, let's say city, whatever, right? Let's take it, whatever. Yeah, but that's address. I'll just put only address. Yeah? Test it. See, it got converted to what? Uppercase. So all the lowercase characters got converted to uppercase. So Java code is doing what? This lower to uppercase. This is a simple example, but we can do like whatever you wanted. Yeah? Now city. So we can give any city here. Let's say Hyderabad. Then test it. See, it is converted to uppercase. City got converted to uppercase. Then we got date inputs, right? Start date, end date. So like validating the dates. For example, if the start date is greater than end date, which means what? It is not valid. So it should throw error message. So if the end date is greater than start date, then it is okay. Let us go with what? Valid case and invalid case. For example, 4th December with this modified date, right? Sorry. Then select end date is, let's say 5, which is greater than start date. So output should be empty because input dates are right. In the sense, start date is right, end date is greater than start date, so there should not be any error. See, there is no error. Now let us try to change this. Instead of December 5, I'll go December 3, which is less than start date. So we should get error message. Can you see here? Start date after end date. So that's the error message. So we can see both valid case, invalid case for dates, and other 2 output ports where we have seen simple conversion from lowercase characters to uppercase characters. Yeah. Clear, guys? Now, same thing we are going to see in the Java code. All of them, like what we discussed, right? After import, CV address, look at 4 input ports, supply the inputs, and look at the outputs. So we have just tested, right? After importing jar, right? One of the plans function from jar file we tested here. That's it. So once you test it, right, we can also make a call of this particular Java function within what top level mapping. So Java lib, right? We can just select CV address. This is similar to what we discussed of normal class functions. That's it. For example, I supplied address line as some lowercase characters, and then output of this particular CV address, let us try to connect to what we call C3. So here we should get what? Uppercase converted data, which is all ind dot, right? We should replace with uppercase characters. Yeah? So let us save it. Yeah, you can start doing it, guys, because we'll understand end to end. In the sense, let's say jar file supplied by somebody else. We just need to know how to import, how to look at like what are the inputs and outputs independently that we tested. After that, we are trying to make a call within this top level mapping that we are trying now. by supply the input and we connected output of CV address to C3. Yeah. So once it is done, then we'll try to save and test it by using batch viewer. Yeah.
So Narasimha, I tried to reopen that hub, but still getting some error actually. Just I'm pasting that error here after importing the chat. Right?
Can you please share your desktop?
Yes. Yes. Let me know if you can see this.
Okay. Oh, communication problem. Say okay. From when you got this error while opening console? Huh?
No. When I'm trying to import that jar file at that point of
Okay.
time.
Can you please try to do that? Let me see like what you have done.
Okay. So this is the library.
This was selected. Oh, that's correct only. Say open. Say okay. Say okay. Don't do anything. Ayan.
Yes.
Say okay.
Okay.
Here you are getting error. Huh?
Yes. After sometimes I'll be getting that error. It will take some time to get that error.
Okay. Why?
Nothing is
Wait.
fixing.
No. It takes some time anyway. Wait. Can you please go to server? Wait. Let's wait for some time. Let me see that error. It's a server problem. It's unable to input it. But others, they could able to do it, right? Aditi, Anish, Sangeet, all others. Ekta, Rakesh, all. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's a very straightforward thing. Maybe your server, some problem we need to see. Because you have this console hang, right? Yeah.
Yes. See, this is the. I go to
This is
details.
it's not related to this actually. It's actually general server problem. Say okay. Say okay. Go to the click on console. This is black command. See what is happening server. You need to see that. Yeah. Select it. Second one. Wait. This is okay, right? It is not showing any error here. Surprise. But you can execute other
Yes,
things,
other this function and all these things I can execute. Only for this one, I'm getting error.
What is your ID? This ID I have.
User 152. 152.
152. Okay. I need to look at it then. I don't know why. Okay. Just press the cursor in hub console. Bottom status bar. Bottom. Yeah, status bar. Yeah. One sec. There are two things here. Why you open two? Open another
Okay.
one.
So I actually opened a.
Try it here. Yeah. Just do it here.
Is hanged already. So it was hanged. So that
click on rejects. Click on rejects.
Rejects.
No, the right side is something you can please click. Or nothing. Cannot click anything.
Nothing is happening actually.
You are just moving. You're not clicking. Click.
Yes. No. I'm trying to click actually, but it is. I mean, it's not taking.
Okay, you can just kill that. Actually, the problem is a client problem. It's not import. What you need to do is just kill this. Yeah, kill both of them, and then launch it again. Yeah. So in between, there's a connection failure actually from client to server. That's why you're getting that communication failure.
Yes.
Kill both of them and launch it from this browser. Ayan? Yeah. So take your own time. Meantime, I'll cover that Java code part. Okay.
Narasimha, I am also like after running the code or mapping, I'm my like record is getting rejected, and I'm getting the warning. Shall I share my screen?
Yeah, yeah, please. What is that? Rejection.
Yes. So
What
this
you
is
did actually cannot.
yeah. So like I have imported that cleans function Java library. Okay. Then after that, I have imported it in mapping the CV address. I have passed this constant value to this address line 1 and mapped this address line 1 to the C3.
Okay.
I saved the mapping that time. It is again giving me the option to save. Let me save it again. And then went to batch viewer, execute the batch.
Wait, yeah. Okay. Yes,
It
it
has
is
given
done.
me the warning.
View reject. Click on view reject. View reject.
Yeah. So it is giving me some that library error.
Cannot what?
Load class.
Okay.
Shall I ping this error in the chat box?
No, that is fine. So BDD thing, okay, that is fine. This error is okay. Because of this, it's rejecting. That's okay. It's valid only. There could be some invalid data, right? That is okay. But you could able to integrate, right? And we could able to see the result. So good data, bad data doesn't matter for this. Yeah. But anyway, we'll see that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, right? So let me share
So
my test.
you mean to say that the input which I have given is not correct? That's what you are trying to say?
No. Actually, I don't see any problem here. Just double click on it. Is it a string or something? A string, right?
It's string.
Then actually it should come actually. It should not be rejected. So it's a library problem then. But that is okay. You can ignore it.
Okay.
That is city. That's okay. It's fine. Anything is any string should be given as input. So anything is fine. So even earlier input is also correct only. It's not a wrong thing. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a library problem. That's not your problem. What you did is perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's fine. So, but anyway, it can be rejected also because of library issue, whatever, right? That's okay. Yeah. So now let me share my desktop to explain. Yeah. So let me also try to execute because you did, right? So I also did the same thing. Yeah. Let me try to execute it. Yes. In my case, it is successful. Huh? So we got uppercase converted, right? Converted to uppercase. Yeah. So we'll see your problem. Fine. So that's okay. Now let us talk about Java code.
Narsin, just one question. So this Java function, can we use it in the cleans transformation in provisioning tool for the E360 application?
Java code, huh?
Java function, yes, what we imported right now.
Yes, we can do it. Yeah. Or else directly we can write a code there also. Yeah. So we got both the provisions, integrating and also writing it within there itself as part of provisioning tool. Both are possible. Yeah. Right.
Narasimha, around that question, right?
Yeah.
So this result, when we go to the cleans function output.
1 second. So in hub console.
Yeah, in hub console. So if you go to any output for cleans function.
Yes, this one.
Okay. Yeah, we can take simple function or anyway, this is fine. So Let's say I have a cleans function, okay, and this is my output, which is on your screen. But this returns, let's say address line 1 column is there, right? In output. But
Yes.
I have a use case where I want to return multiple columns of address line 1.
Multiple columns of address line 1. In the sense,
Right.
street number, street name, like that. Split.
No. So the columns are fine. Output name is fine. Okay. So if we pivot this to a table, so the column name would be address line 1, city name, and validation status, right? So this would be a single record if you picture it in a table format.
Right.
Right. So similarly, I want to have multiple rows of this.
Oh, column level.
Yeah.
Address line
Did you
1
get
should
my
go
question?
to 1 row, city 1 should go to 2nd row, like that.
No. So this is a single record, right? In output.
Nice.
So single record consisting of these three columns.
Yes.
Right. So I want to have a multiple records. So address line 1, second set of address line 1, city name and validation status.
So this is one record, but if you have multiple sources, right, with multiple address lines here, right, then you'll have multiple records. But you
No,
want for
with the
single input data, multiple records. Is that what you mean?
right.
Why? Any reason?
So can we have that? Because I mean,
No,
there are some business cases around it.
yeah, Nasima, so it's basically like address suggestion kind of thing. For example, I passed one address and I want to get it cleansed and I want a multiple addresses as output suggested. For example, maybe NI Nizamabad
Probable
together
addresses.
and yes, probable addresses like but
Okay,
potential
that
addresses.
is-
So something like that. That's why we want the set of the addresses, multiple
Like a
addresses to be
recommendation.
returned.
So
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
recommendations. Then we leave it to data steward to take a call to pick up the right address.
Yes.
So that's an example. Yeah, that's a good business case. So in that case, yes, we can take care of it. Third, we have to do it within our code actually to what you call generate multiple probable representations of address and then get it transferred to multiple records. That we have to do it within our code actually.
So
For example,
in Hub, it's not
address
possible, right?
validator does that. Existing address validator, right? Data quality, it does that based on what you call address population data, right? Yes or no? But same way, we can also do it by writing a Java code. That is very much possible. That's a good valid case in the sense like having multiple probable representations, right? Yes. In that case, we can generate. So there is no problem on that. It's very straightforward because let us say first address line 1 contains street number, street name, whatever. Second contains street name, street number, and so on. And third contains different street name. In the sense, let's say instead of Nizampet, let's say Kukatpalli, or close or matches. So likewise, you can multiple probable addresses. We can have it. So that is very much possible. But that we have to do it within a Java code by using identity data, which is address identity data. No? So where you will now recommend what you call probable addresses, right? Get it and then take care as part of our code and then show it in multiple records. Those
So-
multiple records will be taken as input to steward. Yes, that's a flow. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we can do it in Java code.
Exactly.
The reason I'm asking because so for this, let's say I have some third-party provider, third-party service that I have configured here in cleans function. Okay, and to call that service in the code, it would be convenient for me to call the cleans function, right? In Hub, right? But in order to get the multiple rows, I have to call that external service directly from code. Like I would need to have a bunch of code to create a client for that service.
Yes. No, within a Java code, we just use iterator. So which means for every probable thing, iterate and create a new record. Java code is very straightforward then. So yeah, that Java code call could happen based on web service or even straight call. Both the ways we can do it. Then.
Okay. So iterator, it would call the service for the record, right?
Yeah, it could be anything. Caller could be anybody. It could be
Okay.
shift call, or it could be simple straight call. It could be even soap call. It could be anybody. But actual bottom logic will be same to generate multiple rows. That is your goal, right, Diana?
Hmm.
Yeah. How we call, we don't care. Yeah. Fine. Fine. Then we'll see how to write a code. That's a good question actually. Yeah, because that's what we might require in reality, some cases, right? Yeah. Good question, Diana. Fine. So yeah, now we just understood like how to integrate external jar file to this MDM map, and we have unit tested it, and we could able to call within a mapping and test it, right? That's end to end we discussed. Now the question, what does this particular jar file contains? That we have not discussed. Yes or no? To answer that, as I said, there is a template given by Informatica. We can just follow that so that it is easy to implement our own custom cleanse functionality. Let us understand what does it contain. First one, we have tested CV address, right? So we have seen 6 class files in as part of classes folder, right? Yes or no? I've shown that before we get into Java code. Yes or no, guys? So for every Java file, you will have corresponding class file. So 6 Java files, 6 class files, we have seen it. Now, let us take one of the functionality which we tested, which is CV address.java. Let's open that. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's visible, right, guys, to everyone? Yes or no? Yeah. So this is a very simple code where the first thing what we need before we compile this particular code. So we have to have 2 jar files which we need to import, which we call Siberian API.jar file, Siberian common.jar file. Let me show that. Yes, if we go to this any library, not only here, we can also look at here it's a lib. Can you see here Siberian API.jar file, Siberian.com. You'll also have it in the cleanse folder and also have folders also. Yeah. Yeah, but we can see in many places because without this, we cannot implement our own custom cleanse functionality. Apart from that, log, right? We have to have this particular jar file. So 3 jar file. This is open source anyway. So this one is, these 2 are derived from Informatica. Yeah. So now we need to make sure that these 2 things are in the class path. Once you have it, then we can see the Java code, right? From where this particular class has come, which is a cleanse exception, which is what? COM Siberian MRM cleanse API. So this, you'll get it from where? From this particular vertical Siberian API jar. Let me just extract it. So now here, if we just try to expand, right? COM Siberian. So we can see here, guys, MRM cleanse API. So you see here, cleanse exception class. Look at here, which means we are trying to import this for what? In case if we have any exceptions within the Java code, those exceptions would be handled by using this particular cleanse exception class. It's as simple as that. So we are not using pre-built exception handling that we have in a Java, where we take care by using try, catch, throw, throws, right? Yes or no? We all know them. Now let us see next. So which means because we have got that jar file, which is part of class path, right? That's why we could able to import it. Or else you'll get an error, unable to find this particular class or unrecognized class. Similarly, second is also derived from same thing, which is class function descriptor. This particular class, second one, right, which is required in order to take care of input parameters and output parameters. Yeah. So that again, we could go to this particular location where we can see class function descriptor, right? We can decode to understand what it contains, but it's a violation. Let us not do that. Yeah. So yes, so that's about import part, right? So that's it. Now, prior to that, we can also see this. This is a normal Java package, which is what? util package, right? In that we have got date class and map class. Yeah? So which means we let's say if you are using date class or map class, we can just import it, or else we don't need to import these things. Yeah? So this package will tell us the location where we are going to place the compiled Java code. Yeah. So which is under BDD folder, you have this particular class file generated. Yeah. So now let's understand the code. Yeah. Look at here, guys. So template, like what it contains. There is a class extends means inheriting, which is a base class. Can you see here BDD CV function? Yeah. So this, but why we go with a base class? To have common functionalities. So now we can go to BDDCV function class and see what it contains. Yeah. So now go to our Java. Yeah. There is a Java file in the same location, right? Yeah. Can you see BDDCV function.java? So this is going to be the helper Java file or helper class file. Can you see, guys, here? So this is going to be what? Abstract class. See here, class name is what? BDDC function, which means this particular class can be used by derived classes only. Why? Because abstract, it cannot be instantiated independently. Yeah. So that is why we can make a class as abstract so that nobody can make use of it directly, only derived classes. Example, we are using it in what? CV address class. So this guy implements some other interface class, which is class function, which will have some common methods with no definition. Yeah? That's it. So now can you see common methods here for each type? String parameter, date parameter. We can say date parameter, right? And int parameter, right? And float parameter. Then we have Boolean parameter. These are the multiple methods which are redefined based on the class function interface method. Yeah? In Java, we use implements that we can learn. So because I know it, I'm talking about, but yes, interface will have only what do you call pure declaration, no definition. So definition you can see here. Yeah. So now the next is what? Apart from that, we can also have our own global what you call properties. Example, can you see here? There's a global constant, which is public or protected static final. Static means scope is here. Protected means derived class can use it. Final means a constant. String is one of the class. We can also say it's a variable for now. And the name of this constant is what? Value status, and the value is what? This one. So this can be used in a derived class. You can say protected, right? Protected means it's one of the access specifier that we use in Java, which can be used in derived classes. Yeah. So that's it. Now, apart from that, we can also build our own base or common functions which can be used in other classes like CV address, electronic address, and so on, right? So example here, get date, yeah, to get a date, yeah, and then we got one more is valid indicator, yeah, so which takes string as input. Then see here we are reading this date, yeah. indicator value and see if it is a not null and check 0 or 1. Flags, right? Flag could be either 0 or 1. If it is not 0 and not 1, return false. Else return true. Which means we expect indicator value should be either 1 or 0. If not, return false. If yes, return true. That's what this particular method does. Nothing else. So there is a one more method, which is what? Get status item. This particular method, we are using it for to form a message based on these two input arguments, namely column and status. So here we are just combining it. Column dot status semicolon. That's it. Simple forming a message, nothing else. Yeah. So likewise, you can have any number of methods. This is empty check. Yeah. So if it is a null or length equal to 0, then return true or else false. That's it. So now let's go to actual our class, which is going to be CV address. Yeah.
Narasimha, one question before that. So to build any cleanse function, underlying interface will be that cleanse function interface. So that interface only will be always implemented to build any cleanse function. Or apart from that interface, is there any other interface also which will be used for some different functionality? Is there any?
This one. This is the main thing. Can you see which is highlighted? This is where we build a logic. Right?
Yeah, now that I was asking about the interface, like, can you go to the previous code?
Oh, hub console. Huh?
Yeah, no, the previous code which you were showing on the notepad itself.
BDDCV function. Huh?
Yes, BDDCV function. So this BDDCV function is also, can you go up? This is implementing cleanse function, right?
No, this is just a utility class. It doesn't have any cleanse function.
No, I got it. The interface within that means interface which it's implementing is the cleanse function, right? So this is the interface which is provided by Informatica to build any cleanse function, correct?
Yes. So which this cleanse function is a common interface class which contains only pure declarations for different types, like a string, date, integer, float, and boolean. That's all, nothing else.
Yeah, I got it. But to build the cleanse functions, this interface needs to be implemented, right? For example,
that is mandatory.
Yeah.
This is mandatory.
So that is what I was asking. That this is only single interface, or is there any other interface also provided by Informatica to build the cleanse functions? Only one. Got it. Okay.
Fine. So now let's talk about the next one. Okay. Yeah. Now let us say we have already built what you call common functionality by using what some extra class, which is BDC function class in this case. Yeah. Now the next question. Input. Yes, please. Yeah. Here's some question. Okay. So now look at here. These things are optional, but let's say if we have any global static constants which can be used more than once in a Java code, then we can define global static constants. For example, private means private to this class only. It cannot be used outside this class. Static, scope and visibility should be within this class only. Final means is a constant which cannot be modified. Type is a string, and the name of the constant is what address line 1. The value is this. Similarly for other constants like city, start date, end date. Yes or no? Now, why we have this is global static constants here? Because here, can you see here? Here address line 1, city, start date, end date. One time we have used it, and second time we have also used it here, and third time we can also see. Can you see here? Here also we have used it. If we have this kind of scenario, right, then we can make it global static constants, or else we don't need to use this. That's what I said. This is optional. Yeah. Now the next, this is for code readability perspective. You can go for it, nothing else. Yeah. Now let's understand the functionality. can you see guys, get descript is a main method where we take care of what we call input parameters and output parameters. Yeah. To do that, we need to import a class which we call plunge function descriptor. I think I talked about it. Now the result of this particular get descriptor will be returned to what? Plunge function descriptor here. Yes, sir. So that's it. Now let us try to take, or let us try to instantiate a class which is what? Plunge function descriptor class. So once you instantiate, right, you'll have object. Yeah. So with a chunk of memory. Now we can just fill the data to this object because there's a chunk of memory available to fill in. Example. So descriptor dot name, set description, all that. So in this class, you'll have these methods, name, description, all that. Plus, we can also see input parameters. Can you see, guys? Get inputs and add string parameter. Example, address line 1. Second string, city name. And third is a start date. And fourth is an end date. Yeah? So we could able to see what we call 4 input parameters over here. Yes or no? So that's it. Yeah. So same similar input ports, we have already seen it as part of the console also. Can you see? Address line 1, city name, start date, end date. But here the names are different. Actual constant values are this. Where do you see that? We can see that as part of this. See, address line 1, city name, start date, and end date. These are the what? Actual names of parameters, and these are actual values of those parameters. You got right? Yes or no? We got right. 4 input ports. You have seen it in the console. Like whatever is done in the Java code, same thing can also be seen in the console. Yeah. Now that's about input parameters. Similarly, we can also see what we call output parameters, right? Like we have address line 1, city name, and validation status. Yes or no? So now let us go and verify that. See here, address line 1, city name, validation status. These 3 output ports, because actual values again, address line 1, we can see it here. City name, we can see it here. And validation status, we have seen that as part of BDD function. Can you see here? Validation status. Because of protected, so we can now make use of it as part of what? The error class. I think we talked about it. Clear? So that's it, which means here inputs. So here inputs, here we can see what? Outputs. That's it. Yeah. Now it is returning what I call descriptor object, which is filled over here. Clear, guys? Yes or no? So this is how we can write Java code for taking care of both the input parameters and the output parameters. Yeah. So if you have any questions on this get descriptor method, you guys can start asking them. Yeah. Any questions from anybody on this?
I just where this where does this code read the parameter which we gave in?
Sorry, this one. So get inputs, add string parameter, type is string, address line 1. So that from the console, right? What is going to supply the input, right? So from that it is going to read.
Not inputs. So we had one more option to pass the parameter, right? To the cleans function. Apart from inputs.
Pass the parameter. This is a callback. This is taken care by Informatica. That's what template. We call these methods as callback methods. That will be taken care by Informatica. We don't do that.
No, can you go to hub?
Okay.
In general.
Here we got 4 inputs, right?
Yeah.
So we
in general. In general tab. left side of test. Okay, so while importing this function, we had an option to give parameters, right?
That is different. That is the jar level parameters.
Yeah. So where does that parameter? I mean, where
So
we can
this
read
one.
that parameter?
Yeah, this you're talking about this one, right? This
Yes.
parameters.
Right.
This one, right? So this is different. So which we can add any number of what you call name value pairs here as part of supplying these parameters. For that, in this code, we have not taken care of that. Yeah. But
Okay.
yes.
So, but
we can
interface would have that
Exactly.
placeholder, right?
Yes, we can do that. But yes, in this code, it's not taken care. Yeah.
Okay.
But here, from the hub console, whatever we supply, this is 4 parameters. You'll get corresponding 3 output ports. Yeah. Right.
Okay. And I have one more question.
Yeah.
So in this clean function interface, right? Does it provide the EJB client, the parent client already, or we have to create it to?
Why we need EJB client here?
So if I want to call any SIF API in this clean for my operation, then I would
SIF
need
part
that.
we don't take care. We don't take the SIF part in hub console. That we do it outside. So probably when I talk about a SIF framework, right? That time I'll talk about like how to build our own application by using SIF-based methods and also EJB corresponding classes and methods. Yeah.
Oh, that is okay. But in clean function, if I want to call, is there any provision?
If you want to do it, we can do it within a Java code. But why? Because it's simple, simple logic, right? See, EJBs are required to act as what you call containers. If you have any container logic which has to be made available to MDM, then only we go with EJBs. Or else no, right? Yes or no, Diana?
Okay.
Yeah, here it's not required. Simple. See, what we are trying to do here, Diana. So we are trying to do. Let me just go there. We are trying to do here what if you go to logic, you can see like what it's trying to do. Uppercase conversion and date validation. Only these 2 things it is doing. So for that, so we don't need to think the usage of EJBs, right? Yes, sir. If there is a provision, we can go for it. But anyway, we have provision just to integrate directly with the normal code. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. EJBs part, yes. EJB is safe SOAP. We normally use in MDM context outside MDM hub. So Paul, I'll talk about it when you get into safe with EJBs, whatever, right?
Okay.
That's different. Yeah. Separate topic anyway. Safe topic is there. Okay. So now parameter part is clear, right? Yes, please.
One question. So the port names and this code and these variable binding. So here it is done here itself, right? Like which is the private static final string. So this address line 1 should be same as the port name with, or it should display the same as a port name which is there, right? That then only it will take the input.
One second. Whatever name we give, right? When you import, right? Similar names will be there in them. Because
that's
those
what.
names they'll be derived from the Java code only. See, that's why you can say exact name, right? Address line 1. So we can see the same name here, address line 1 here. Can you see here?
Yes, that's what I was asking. This binding is there, right? Like this port name is coming from.
Or else no point in having Java code, right? See, these are all have come from there only. Yeah? Okay. Anything else? No. So that's about input get descriptor part. Yeah. Now descriptor object got filled with input parameters, and it also has got what you call outputs. But can we get output without cleanse logic? That's where Informatica people have taken care as a callbacks. So once you get input parameters, right? Like 4 input parameters, automatically this is going to call what you call cleanse method. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. So automatically it is going to call what you call cleanse method. No? So where it takes what multiple input as maps is callback method again, which throws cleanse exception. That exception part we already discussed. We imported right as part of the beginning itself. Now here the logic is based on what we need. In this case, I think we've already seen the result. Address line 1 where it is performing uppercase conversion, right? Yes or no? So uppercase is an internal method. Then control goes back to uppercase here. Then it does, what is it doing? It is taking this field name as input, yeah, and checking for nullability. Which is checking for nullability. If it is not null, getting it converted to uppercase. So bottom line here is what ultimate is doing. It is using Java method, which is to uppercase. If you have lowercase characters, it will be converted to uppercase. Rest all will be part of what you call template, like usage of map as input, output, and then populating this output, which is map type, right? Yes or no? Then automatically it will be taken care as part of cleanse result. Yeah. So that's it. Similarly, same thing is applicable for what second parameter, which is city name. This is also performing what uppercase conversion. Take input city name and then which is a field name here, then perform uppercase conversion. That's it. I think we have seen this result, right? Both address line 1 and also city name, where we got the result as uppercase conversion. Yeah. And then third one is what date. Now we need to look at the date. See, we supplied what start date, end date over here. Yes or no? Start date, end date here. If the start date is greater than end date, it should throw error message. Other way, it should not throw. Let us see that. How is it taken care here? No. So start date, we are just getting the date from the user. Let us say we got 2 outputs here, which are a result of get date method. Now we are checking start date nullable. Make sure that date doesn't have any null data. Then can you see here the start date after end date, which means if the start date is greater than end date, look at here, then control will enter into this particular block where we can see status. Status is what intermediate object where it is appending the message. What is that message? This message is being formed by using what get status item. I think we have already seen that where as part of BDDC function class somewhere we saw. Can you see here get status item where it is taking what 2 arguments, right, and forming message column 1 dot column 2 semicolon. So now we can see here start date is the first column, first argument, and second is what static value, which means start date dot after end date semicolon. That is a message, right? Yes or no? Same thing we have seen it as part of hub console also. If we try to test it here, yeah, so you can see here start date dot start date after end date. Same thing we could able to see in the code. See start date after end date, but this is start date, right? This we get it from here. Start date dot from where we got dot in get status item. We have seen that right. Start date this one dot. This is a dot. Then status second argument, which is start date after end date. Then semicolon. Same complete message we could able to see dot from get status item. Semicolon also constant from get status item. And both are concatenated as part of that, right? So this is what is happening as part of what you call forming, what you call making this status populated. Once it is done, can you see output dot put status dot toString. Status is an intermediate, right? But we need to populate map. Map it this one, right? Output. So here it is getting what you call populated. Yeah? For what? Validation status. From where we got this validation status, guys? I think we have seen that as part of what BDC function is the validation status. So this one, this is going to be the one of the output port. Yes or no? We have seen that output port, right? This one validate status. That's where this message is getting populated. Yeah. So that's it. Like how one can start writing a Java code. Yeah. So simple. I think we have seen the result before we looked at the code, and after that we looked at the code just to see whether it is matching one. It has got one-to-one correspondence or not. Yes or no? Now we have already seen that. In case of error, started is greater. We could able to see the error message. So how? Because it is forming a message here, right? Then if not, control will not enter here. So it will status will be empty. That is why valid status is what? Empty. So we have seen empty message over here. If you supply the right thing, right? It is empty, which is greater. Let's say end date is greater, then it is empty, which means the control will not enter here. If it is start date is lesser, right? It will not go inside. Yes or no? So this is not applicable. So control comes out here. So the valid status would contain what? This status is what? Empty. Empty object, right? It's empty. So this valid status output port, right? Which will have empty. So that's it. So this way we could able to understand like how we can write a code. Similarly, we can write code like whatever you want. I think you guys were asking about question, like having probable addresses, right? Then we can have multiple rows based on what we call address representations. So yes, we can have that built as part of this by using iterator class. Yeah, now you guys can ask question, which means what class where we build a logic, here we take care of parameters. It's as simple as that, nothing else. Yeah. Rest of things are dependents. Let's say we can say helpers. So BDC function is helper class, and these are the prerequisites, which is -API -common.jar files. Without that, we cannot import this. This is -API, -common. We can see in this BDDCB. Here also can you see, guys? -MRM API some classes, right? These are all derived from those jar files which we discussed. Yeah. Anyway, if we have those two jar files, we can rest will be taken care by that. So we just have to import it. Yeah. So that's it. Like how one can start writing a Java code. Yeah. Once you write a Java code, is this clear before we get into the next step, guys?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now,
so in this code, sorry to interrupt. So in this code, we can add our custom logic as well.
Yeah, we can do that. We can just delete the complete, or we can write complete code from the scratch, or if you want to enhance apart from this, we can also add, just to understand, right? Add one more input port, one more output port, and add corresponding class logic and understand. So that way also we can do it. Clear, no? Or just for understanding, or once you understand, right, then we could be able to take care of any number of new input parameters, new output parameters, and your own custom logic as part of this class method. Yeah.
Okay, so I can use the class which is given and extend the classes which are already there, or I can use my own class also. Then, like, so suppose you have used public void uppercase or
It is
something.
not mandatory that we need to extend this BDC function. Without that also, we can simply have public class, your own class, yeah, as ABC class, and have, but this is mandatory. Get descriptor, class methods are mandatory. These two are mandatory. Rest you can do like whatever you want. Yeah. You got right. For example, in this code only, we have seen this BDC function, right? Can we say that this is a class function? No, because it doesn't have get descriptor method, class method. As a result, we can say that we cannot call this particular class as what? Class function. You got right? Yes, sir. Yeah, Similarly, we have got one more class which we did not discuss. This one, right? BD validation library. This is also not a class function. So because it doesn't, do we have any get descriptor method here? No, right? Yes or no? So there itself it failed. So which means this is not going to be the class function. So, but we can use it as what? Helper classes. Yeah, fine, right? So
Okay,
that's it.
got it.
So other functions, let's other classes, right? Here we got two functions, get descriptor and class. Similarly, you can also see electronic address. Here also we can just see get descriptor is there, class is there. So this is a class function. Got right? So likewise, if you have two what you call methods which are implemented, then we can straight away say that they are all class function. This one is there, here we got it, and here we can see class method. So that is why these four classes we can see as part of what? Library, because there it contains get descriptor and the class method. You got right? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We check three classes. Similarly, CV phone also you have it. Yeah. So
Narasimha, in addition to what Shikha mentioned, right? So basically, if we add custom code here,
yes,
would it not cause any potential issues during upgrade?
Right? No. Potential issue, you'll have some performance problems. In that perspective, yes. But if you have written performance effective code, then even that's also not.
No, I'm not asking from the performance standpoint. During upgrade, would it cause any conflict? Saying that maybe some Java libraries are not working because the files got changed or the code got changed and Informatica introduced new methods, library, or signature change. And because of that, do you see any potential issues that may get caused?
Okay, I got that because versions keep on getting. See, it's similar to any code-based projects. So if they change the methods, right? So they'll just keep on getting it upgraded automatically. We also have to get it changed. Same thing, right? Even console also, if some change happens, right? Automatically we are migrating with a newer functionality, right? Yes or no? Same thing is applying in code also. If they change any methods, we also have to use that method, but that's rarely happening scenario. It would happen, but rarely, once in 5-10 years only. Method change.
Yeah, but if it happens, then the manual adjustments may require, right?
Yes, you are right. That is required. If any code change happens, right, so corresponding changes we need to take care by ourselves. Or else, if you take a patch, if you just upgrade, right, that itself will take care automatically. We don't need to do that because
No,
that's
but
what
the
they
custom code would get overwritten or
it will be overridden.
so that's a
For
risk, no?
example, yeah, for example, let us say, let me give practical example. Let's say we got simple get descriptor method. Yeah. So now they have just changed it to what? Just get. So descriptor, it has been taken out. Then when you try to migrate, right, automatically, so wherever there's a get descriptor, right, it will get replaced with what? Get. That patch should take care. If you do migration, right? So same thing is applicable for even other changes. Yeah.
Yeah, but how about this file? Let's say if I talk about the cv-address.java file, with upgrade, let's say some code got introduced by Infa with upgrade.
Yes.
So the custom code will get overwritten?
Which means we need to run that migration tool again by supplying this code. Then only it will take care. Because this is our own custom code, right? This custom code should be taken as it input to what that patch. Then it will take care wherever there is a change happen, or else it will say there are no changes. Yeah. Or else we can also take care of what? Manual. So in that case, there is a chance to make a mistake.
Okay, so manual adjustments might require, right, during upgrade?
Yes. So in case of any major change, normal that doesn't happen in reality. What normal happens in reality, right? So they change the way they take care of parameters inside their templates and the way they take care of callback within the class. But what you write, that won't make any change because here we use basic JDK APIs here. most of the cases, right? To build our own functionality, right? So this is a dependent from JDK, not from Informatica. So for example, whatever we see here, this is purely from JDK. So we are not worried about from Informatica. Informatica means this interface. If they change this, then there is an impact. That's a really happening scenario. I am in this field since 2011, right? So let's say 2011 to 2024, right? 13 years. So there's no change around 13 years, right? So this interface, but they will never change because because designers should take care of what having common interface and insert they can change like whatever template. That's Informatica job. So but this interface, but they'll not change. No.
Okay, so ultimately what you're saying is there is no harm in adjusting the implementation by writing a custom code.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Because this is a purely Java code. So if any changes happens in JDK, right, then we have to take care accordingly. But there also they'll say that these are legacy methods. They might add newer methods, which might be better than, let's say, uppercase example. But they'll not take out existing methods. Yeah. So, but yes, if you want to enhance with the latest, we can change it, or else we can still live with what existing method. Even these methods are there since many years, I think around 20 years. There's no change. But anyway, that's really happening scenario. It will happen, but less chances. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, that's a fantastic question actually, because if you write our own code, right, if there are too many changes, then there is going to be a big impact with respect to what taking care of future aspects, right? That's a very good question actually. But anyway, there won't be much. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, guys? So yeah. So now we understood like how to take care of filling the template. Template contains two methods, right? How to fill, we understood. That's all. Next question. Once we understand this, so we can compile by using either Eclipse or JBuilder or even from command line by using Java C, right? We can do that. Yeah. Let us say as a result of any builder, Java C or AntScript or Eclipse, whatever, right? Now we got what? Class files. Yeah. Example classes. So multiple classes, right? 6 classes. So once you're done with this, next step is what? So how MDM understands, guys? Can this class files be used directly within this MDM? No, right? Yes or no? So answer is no, right? Yeah. Then how do you make it available to MDM? So that's where we need to go to this particular location where we have n number of class files and build a jar file. So jar CVF, so -CVF, whatever. It's compressed verbose. Well, this is similar to tar command in Unix. So then we can have, let us say, what some dot jar. Let's say we are taking care of some functionality here. Then based on star, all the classes. Yeah. So that's it. Now, if you look at, let's say here, oh sorry, so there, then we can see what see jar file got created. That's it. See here itself we can see executable jar file. If you extract this one, right, you will see all the classes. See, we got all the classes, 6 class files. So we just have to archive. Once you archive, right, so we could get it integrated to MDM hub. I think that part we've already seen it. Yeah. So these are the what you call steps that we all need to follow. One, to build a code, compile a code, generate a jar, integrate a jar, and use the functions from the jar, like we have used one of the function from the jar, where we have validated with the unit testing. We have also checked it as part of what? Making a call within the mapping. Then I think we have executed it and we have seen the result in the target table. So I think end to end, we talked about it. And one of the major valid question from one was, yes, any changes, how do you check it? That's fantastic question. Yes. So we don't need to worry about that. So it's a rarely happening scenario. Once in 10, 15 years or 20 years it happens. So that is common for any tool or product or application or any Java based stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Any questions from anybody, guys, about the code part?
Yeah,
I've explained this.
yes,
When we do
Nazima.
migration.
Sorry?
One.
Yeah, Vivek, you go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, Mahindra, you have some question?
Okay, yeah.
So
Okay, let
Yes,
me go
Mahindra.
ahead. Yeah, so when we are doing migration, right? So we need to migrate the jar file itself or the class files as well when we are
Jar.
migrating from lower to okay,
Jar,
only the
jar.
jars.
Jar is a
Okay.
collection, right?
Yeah,
It
and
will have
we
class
don't have
files.
to extract it, right? We have to keep it as it is, the jar files.
Only jar only. See, I've just shown. Like
The code,
once we
basically
command it, whether we have it or just to verify. I've just done
Okay.
that. We don't need to
Yeah.
extract. No?
Okay.
Yeah. Just for understanding, I did that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Any other
Nazima,
questions?
yes, I have one question. So, like, you showed how to package the class file to jars, right? Right. But when we do it from the Eclipse, or generally also for any code, there should be some properties files and library files. So how that will get integrated or will build into the jar, like when we did it from the command line, like how you showed. So generally we do a ant build or something like that. That includes everything in the jar which is required to support the jars and all.
Yeah, simple way. See, it all depends on the developer. Some developers or most of the developers, so we're all lazy, no? So we normally use what IDEs like Eclipse or JBuilder, whatever, because easy to code, easy to debug, all that benefits we know, right? Let us say you have used Eclipse to build it. So as part of Eclipse, right, there is a way to import jar files like cypin api.jar, cypin command.jar. Once you do that, then write a copy and paste this code, then it will compile without any problems. That's one way to do that. As a result of that, you'll get to see what class files. Vivek, till that is clear, right? After that, then we can just create a jar by like what you call creating this jar file by using a jar command. Then copy it to wherever we have got MDM, right? And get it imported. That is a procedure we follow with one of the IDE, which is Eclipse IDE. And second approach is what? We can also build it by using command line utility, which is Java C, by supplying this Java files as input. Yeah. Provided if you are good in syntax, all that. Now anyway, we have got ChatGPT, all that, right? We don't need to care about syntax. Those tools will take care, right? Just copy and paste. So you don't need Eclipse, all that. Those days are gone. Forget about that. So now we got already pre-built tools, right? Just ask some question. It will build a code for you. Just copy and paste, compile it. It will generate a class. Then combine multiple classes, create a jar file, import it. It's as simple as that. Yeah. Nowadays, building a code is not complex, guys. You don't need to have expertise in programming language. If you have it, it's okay. Even if you don't have also, it's okay. Because tools are there, right? Many AI tools are there. Example, ChatGPT. Yeah.
Actually, my was more on like we need to supply the supporting jars, right? And package it. Just those
That's
class
what we
files
need to set
will
as part
not
of
work,
class
right?
path. Class path only, Vivek.
Okay.
As part of class path, see, if you do it by using Java C, we set a class path from a command line. If you do it by Eclipse, we import different jar files. That's all, nothing else. For any Java application, right? This is mandatory, Vivek. Yeah. So JDK libs, we need to import it. That is mandatory anyway. So instead of JDK, right, we import Informatica template libraries. Yeah, like API jar, common jar. Rest, everything is same. There is no change. Vivek?
Yes, I got it. I was just asking, like, with those class paths, the supporting jars we need to package, right? Inside the jar which we are building, or it's or not.
What is the problem in that? There is. What is the problem in that, Vivek?
No, I'm just asking, like, only those class paths on their own will not work. We have to provide the supporting jars as well. With the
Dependence.
package with, because yes, dependent jars we have to provide.
Exactly.
Then only
That's
we
what.
can
Yeah.
upload that library, right? Like the
Yeah.
package, yeah, then only that will work. Those class paths
Yes.
will, sorry, class file alone will not work.
Yeah. Simple, Vivek. Actually, there is a way to take care of all the dependents as part of class path by using a star and star.jar. Which means you just specify that all of jar files will be placed in the class path. So depends also will be taken care of. For example, in MDM context, so I think you can see my screen, right? So in MDM context, we got multiple jar files apart from this. 1 second. Apart from this Cyclone API common, right? I just talked about specific this template only. We got many more jar files. Let's go to resource crate and let's say we'll take this one. Okay, let's take this. Can you see here? Let us say we got multiple jar files. Yeah. So we need to what you call take care of all the difference. I think this way you're trying to ask a question, right? So in this case, what we need to do is there is a what I call root level way of setting class path. Let us say you are trying to set all the jars under these descendant folders. Then set recursive class path from this top level root folder, which is lib. Rest all will be taken care of. In one line, we can take care of setting class path, all the jars. Just simple as that. So we have got that provision. Don't worry about that. Vivek? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's it, guys. So for today. So yeah, we'll meet tomorrow. So we'll start another topic. So we'll see what is that topic tomorrow. Right. So thanks to all.
Narsimha, before we drop off, one last question. Like,
yes,
you mentioned in the beginning and before also that cleanse functions has certain limitations over the tools like IDQ and other external tools, right?
Right.
So what are those scenarios where we should pick IDQ or some other external tool for writing the validations over this?
For example, yeah. See, in IDQ, it has been designed to perform cleansing. That's what the specialization. For example, parsing, enrichment, labeling, then bad regard identification, and so on, and address validation, and so on, right? There are multiple special cleanse activities which have been taken care as part of IDQ. This is not the case with MDM. So because of that, so we need to go with integrating with third-party quality tools because they've got enriched features and cleansing side. You got right, Umang? So that's one thing, but it's not the case always, right? There could be many cases where you will be getting cleansed output as input to MDM. In that case, we will be applying bare minimal cleanse capabilities. In that case, we can directly use MDM. So we don't need to go with what third-party cleanse tools. Umang. Yeah, it all depends on like the kind of data that we get it. Umang. The data is what not that cleansed or not that cleansed. Data quality tools are better. If it is a partially cleansed, some are not taken care, then MDM is more than enough. Umang.
So should we import IDQ library and then apply cleanse functions, or should we make external call like web service call or something?
Exactly. Second part is right. We configure an IDQ and get it invoked, get it called from here. Like for example, just now we did Java code, right? Java code is written in some other, like Notepad, whatever, and we just created output format, which is jar format. We just integrated. Same thing for IDQ also. In IDQ, we configure. That's address validation. Then get it invoked from MDM by using a service call.
So so there is an option add IDQ library. We use that.
Exactly. You know that exactly. There's IDQ. Third option. I didn't talk about it. Yes, you said it already. Add IDQ library. Where is specified service URL, port number, all that. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Okay. But would it not cause performance issues because of the external call?
Definitely, you'll have performance issues. We need to accept that because to and fro operations would take place from MDM to quality, right? Definitely, you'll have performance overhead, Umang. But yes, nowadays resources wise, it's not that costly, right? So it's a bit cost effective things we have. So I think that's a marginal thing. So we can just ignore that for now. So yes, there will be definitely performance issue. We have to take care by allocating more resources.
All right. So in all cases, that would be the right manner. Like, so we have IDQ, right?
Yes.
And that's what we have been doing. Perhaps that is the right thing to do. So the question is, should we prefer that as an option all the time, or there could be some exceptions or specific cases when we should write or say use internal clearance function over the IDQ?
Yes. So in the current market, right, at best of my experience, it is better not to use IDQ at all. The reason being, we can write a code, and writing a code is nowadays very easy. It's not complex. You don't need to expect deeper expertise. Only high level perspective, it's fine. We can write it because we have a bunch of tools to generate a code. Yes or no, ma'am? So why to buy unnecessary separate tools? Not only that, we need to have expertise on those tools. So two extra things are required.
I'm not talking about buying other tools. What I'm saying is, do you see any cases where cleanse functions should be written in Java, or we should use internal cleanse functions over using the cleanse functions written in IDQ?
But IDQ is the most preferable one because they have already built and tested, Umang. We are just using it. If you write it, no, we have to test, we have to take care of multiple combinations to get it verified. So that's why tools have become popular, right? So IDQ is always first choice. Umang?
Okay, fine. I think I got the answer. I think I got the answer. My question was that only. Should we use IDQ always? So I think you're saying yes.
Answer is yes, but no. Now answer is no. Well, because now we got tools which are much better than IDQ. I've already given one training, practical speaking, on AI, where the AI is much better than data profiling, data quality, MDM. And all these three tools, I've already given one training to one of the company in US. So yes, they're very happy with that. And performance wise, it is